The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here. This is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict. I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
as soon as you said this shit. Because you bad luck.
yeah, right.
Alright. Sorry, y'all. We have a technical difficulties.
gotta say, I bet you because.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. How can you doing all this typing over here? We can hear all the typing.
You can hear all the typing.
Yes, it's very sensitive. We can hear everything. Greetings, Black family, greetings. This season, thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. This is season 4, episode 30, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. And we'll be discussing several topics tonight. And of course, the first topic is we were able to attend the Dr. Cornel West event at Shorter AME, which is the oldest or one of the oldest Black churches here in Denver, Colorado. And we showed up and showed out, to say the least. And shout out to my party, the Unity Party of Colorado. We definitely showed up, and we definitely set the record straight on why we should be supporting third-party candidates opposed to these duopoly, corporate-backed, corporate-funded two major parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, or the Reptilians. So we had a community discussion, which ended really badly. But we already knew the operatives were in the building, so Lady Che is
that means you did something right.
Going to sound off about that. Oh, yes, sir, Shabaka. We definitely did. Then the next topic is where's the next topic? Oh, has the untethering of Black leadership begun? Yes, it has begun. And Fox News just ended Kamala's campaign. Great news. And she goes off. Mac 285 is shouting you out. MSNBC, otherwise known as we call it now, MSDNC, in full meltdown over Kamala's or whatever the hell that Hindu bell wench's name is, failed Fox News interview. Great news, great news. VP Kamala Harris has finally been challenged on her open border policies, which created the migrant crisis. And last but certainly not least, we're going to hear from the beautiful Black people of Chicago. All hands on deck, live 2024 election panel. So those are the topics tonight. So I'm going to let Lady Che go right into it, because Lady Che has a lot to say, and she's going to need at least 10 minutes to get it out. So go ahead, Lady Che.
You got to get out my seat, cuz.
Hold on. Shabaka, greetings from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
And greetings from Sin City. Damn Raiders lost, man. The Raiders.
Great.
But no, that's adding insult to injury. You ain't heard nothing yet. Guess who the fuck they lost to?
The Panthers.
Nope.
The Lambs.
The damn Lambs. So my fanship to the Raiders is hereby suspended for the rest of the season. You don't lose to punk ass motherfuckers like that.
It's
hilarious.
So I'm putting that out there. I'm boycotting the Raiders to the rest of the season until they make 2 changes. Fire the goddamn general manager and send that motherfucking coach on his way.
All right. Sorry, Philly. I'm coming on camera real quick. So, yeah. We just got home, so motherfucker took her hair down, and it's just gonna be normal today, okay? So, I know y'all already know what I look like. It's not a big deal. I'm not here to impress nobody. All right, check it out. Hi.
The Texas one.
All right, check this out, family. I got home. We got home. It was changed and everything. I did anyway. I get Jesse out his goddamn dress clothes. It's like,
Twin, did the Texans beat the Green Bay Packers today?
Nobody gives a fuck about that. Did they twin? Okay, well, we wait for that answer. Let's move along. So we went to this event. Well, first of all, it's been 4 days. Texans lost. Okay, now you got the answer. No more football questions, man. I got 10 minutes, and 10 minutes is quick. Okay, so I kind of made it this thing over a little bit where I do all the campaign work and stuff for Jesse. And so nobody really sees me, and I rarely go anywhere. So that's kind of like, it's kind of mysterious, right? And so every time something's happening, I'm either in the hospital or I'm really fucking sick and nobody fucking sees me. So this last 4 days we had a Black summit, and I would say if Democrats had a hell, I was in it. We was in it. I would say that one of them fucking Democrats got me sick again. I feel the sniffles coming. But today was a special day. So, you know, Cornel West is my candidate, and I did my best to get him here. We did a lot of good things, and so I had to come outside. I had to. I was out the first day, and John Bailey. We just say Denver names, okay? So unless you hear, you don't know who these people are, but whatever. John Bailey was fucking with me about my goddamn chair the first day. He said I couldn't be in the aisle talking to Jesse, and I was like, you know what, motherfucker? Like I'm the one. I will say it. So I was like, let me just leave. And Jesse got mad at me, so I left. So we both left. Secretly, he wanted to leave too. He just didn't know, how much he wanted to leave until after we got back. Second day, he goes by himself. Third day, we kind of go together. Kind of. We go like halfway towards the end. Then today is the big day with Cornel West. Now, I waited forever, so I wasn't going to let anything happen. Now, yesterday when we saw Jeff Fard and them, they were, right before we had left, these motherfuckers were having a whole Kamami motherfucking rally. And they Democrats. So, typical black people shit. Black people do real black people things when we invite you to our little gathering or whatever, or if we're going to be doing something, ain't no thing, right? It ain't no thing. That's real motherfuckers, and leave that animosity and shit, right? So we did, but when we got there, it was nothing but it was after the candidate forum. There was nothing but Democratic operatives up in there. So Jesse felt some kind of way. And it's always just me and Jesse, man. It's always just us. It never fucking fails. It is always just me and Jesse at the end of the day fucking raising hell, right? Cornel West, when Cornel West came, he hugged me. And so did Sister Abdullah, and she whispered in my ear. She said she knew who I was. I was like, because she really did. And I really did some work. I felt pretty proud of myself, right? So while we're in there, I asked some serious questions because, I was hip to what's going on with Cornel West. I'd be following. And so, I asked some questions and shit, and we talked a little bit about it. Now, what happened after this is that the operatives decide they want to come in and ask questions too. And they had an opportunity, one of them, when Dr. West was there. So the controversy was like, Dr. West was taking Republican money, woo-doo-woo-doo-woo, right? But that was all like main media. We call it regular media, mainstream media lies, right? He didn't do that. And so
I literally played the interview with Sister Tracy where she asked him a direct question.
Yeah.
And he said that's not true. That's straight lies.
It's not true. It's straight lies, right? So, and we know that. We know that because we've been following it. And look, if we're about integrity and honesty and shit, so we're gonna be like that. So then Jeff Fard tried. They had a panel after Cornel West and Sister Abdullah walked out. They had to leave. They had to go to Boulder.
Jeff Fard, the same one that blocked you, Shabaka.
So he had a panel, and we're gonna show all the video. So he had a panel, and the panel of motherfuckers there, right? So we're sitting there, and I knew it was gonna be bad. So Jesse gets the mic. Jesse goes off, right? And then one of the broads caught herself going off. She says some triggering shit, right? So, first of all, they keep talking about viable candidates. Now, let me just put this out there, right? When people are saying viable, they mean who the money is going to get behind. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I didn't understand that really until today. I had to put it together, okay? And I didn't understand it because no one ever explained it to me. It's all about who the money gets behind. That's what makes a motherfucker viable. Not their fucking integrity, not their merit, not their hard work, not their fucking work in the street. None of that shit, right? So Jesse's going off about the mayoral campaign and this campaign about being the third party candidate.
Yeah,
and how
that's something about how we don't.
Jesse, you said 10 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Basically, it's about third party candidacy and how they're doing hypocrisy. Okay, so I know he's always putting stuff in the private chat. If you interrupt me one more time, because I'm gonna stab you with this pen. Anyway, so the love is back. That's how we love each other. Shut up, Mac. No real shit. So obviously, when this broad's making this comment, she says they keep pushing civic engagement. Now, these motherfuckers are the same motherfuckers that'll sign up on a study. Okay? When they push civic engagement, education, shit like that, that's the same type of motherfuckers that'll say no to reparations. Mm-hmm. Okay? And I'm keeping this 100. I'm keeping this very real. I feel like we need to have this discussion. Because when she said, she's like, she's going off on Jesse's going off on her, right? It's back and forth, right? And she says, when you're civically engaged, holler at me or some shit like that. And I'm like, this bitch is wilding, right? I was like, because nobody's more civically engaged than Jesse. If he goes to city council every fucking Monday for 8 years, and he's ran for office like 3 times, and he's educated like a number of motherfuckers, not to mention how much work he's done on all these policies, and we have actual policy that we've written that we refuse to give to the hands of motherfucking coons in the benefit of black people. Like, there's nobody more civically fucking engaged. Right?
Jay Millie's in the building.
What's cracking, cuz? So, so I'm like, when she's saying that, I'm like, what? Like, bitch, like, calm down. But she's over there, everybody's sitting up there with the kingmaker, right? So Jeff Farr is the kingmaker, right? And I'm like, well, they had a chance to ask Dr. Cornel West about this money and shit. They chose not to. But as soon as he walks out the room, he want to do that. And Jesse called them hypocrites. And so it felt like we left right after that because first of all, Jesse called her a bitch. I heard it. The whole camera heard it. But I was like, look here, because I was like, nobody, like, who the fuck is this broad to say all that, right? And so I'm sitting there and I'm talking to the camera and I'm saying, viable means who's the money gonna get behind. They don't tell us that, family, that when we're running for office, they don't tell us that you need to raise all this motherfucking money only to give it to them, right? Because that's where the money goes. It goes right to them. This bitch raised over what, $200,000 or some shit, crazy shit like that.
I haven't looked last.
Only to hand it over.
$100,000.
Only to hand it over. Look here, because if I'm gonna raise some motherfucking money, I'm not giving it back to no motherfucking buddy. Okay? If I went out and raised it, then best believe it's gonna go to for whatever the fuck it was meant for, and whatever is left over, I'm keeping it because I raised it. Okay? That's how I feel about it. So I'm not giving it to the motherfucking state. I'm not giving it to the secretary of motherfucking elections division or whatever the fuck they want it. What for? They can kiss my natural motherfucking black ass. They're not getting it. Right. That's how I feel. Okay. So that's why you'll see when I ran for office, how I didn't want to take no money. Because I don't want to give it back to you. First of all, you motherfuckers are taxing us for everything. You take every fucking bit of money. You don't give us nothing back. You see what I'm saying? But you want all this money that's being raised. Like, no, fuck that, fuck no and hell no. It's not happening. So that's just me. That's me personally, okay? So that's why we try to stay strictly grassroots and use every motherfucking thing we raise. So you don't have to give it back. Because I feel like if I raise $50 and I only use 20 of it, that means you're obligated to the other 30. I have to give it to you. What the fuck am I giving you $30 for when you don't even take care of me? You did? Mm-hmm. So that's how I felt. Well, I felt like in this case with me and Jesse, it's always just me and Jesse, man. And we did a little interview and everything. You guys can see the video. We did a little interview and we talked a little bit about our feelings about this shit. Cornel West, like, he came. They want to talk shit about why he was even on the ballot. There was never a fucking thank you to us. You know what I mean? There was never a thank you for Colorado to give us a thank you. Say, hey, you know what? You gave us another option. So we didn't have to deal with some fucking tyrannical motherfucking white man or some fucking delusional cosplaying motherfucking what he said, right? And Jesse's been wilding all day. Jesse's been wilding since we got in there.
Yeah. I've been wilding all weekend.
All weekend, he has. He and I was like, we better leave before it comes to blows. And really, because do I think everybody in the free think zone deserves a motherfucking slap across the motherfucking face? Yes. Especially Hashim and Tay, especially you, Tay. Hey, when you see me, motherfucker, you move out the way, cause you could have got ran over yesterday. Told you that twice. You just move out the way. You know what I mean? Like, they act like the Democrats here, and like, I don't know if it's like this in every other city, but they act like they own you. Mm-hmm. That your vote is obligated. So we're not obligated. You don't have to go with them. Just like you don't have to vote, and you can shove your vote in your motherfucking pocket and watch Netflix all day and drink Crown Royal if you want to. It's a motherfucking free fucking country as long as we're alive, right? Allegedly, you ain't gotta vote. You can vote third party, and you can pick your third party candidate, or you could just fucking watch the fucking Democrats fail. And that's secretly where we're hoping, because they're beside themselves. Mm-hmm. They're absolutely beside themselves. They have no motherfucking respect. And to come in the house of the Lord, like Jesse was hollering and shit. It was good. It was good. We left right after that, so it kind of looked like we left, like, because they got the upper hand, but we left because we were already leaving. But
we decided to stay to hear what these cones was going to be talking about.
And then check this out: for Democratic people to talk about humanity, they have none. They have none. They don't want the other option. No. They're comfortable. Yep. Yes, sir. They when people leave angry, the best thing to do is to go out and just make sure they're all right. That's a humanity type thing. That's a common courtesy thing. Like, say, bro, you all right? Hey, man, you all right? You gonna be okay on the way home? You're gonna fuck nothing up on the way back, right? Because you know you're pretty pissed off. You all right? Or hey, you okay? That's the right thing to do. You know what I mean? Instead of just continuing on with your motherfucking shenanigans of fucking hypocrisy. Mm-hmm. So, we do human things. You know what I mean? Even when I don't want to. Hey, look, man, some little raggedy ass kid tried to touch me today, and he was looking for his goddamn mama in Walmart. And what did I do? I walked him over to a fucking Walmart person with a little blue vest on and a name tag. And I said, hey, you got a kid lost. Here you go. Handle up. And I took off. Why? Because I've been accused of some crazy shit. So, and I was like, first of all, I don't like no little dirty kid touching me. But secondly, obviously, he lost his parent. Right? You know what's odd about that, real quick, fast? I did not hear anything over the main speaker about this little boy being lost. I gave him, I like basically did the handoff to somebody that looked like him. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But Yeah, a little raggedy little kid came up and said, "Can you help me find my mama?" I was like, "What's your mama look like?" But you know what? Let's take a walk over here real quick. Hey, sir, can you help this little boy find his mother? Why? Because that's the right thing to do. So we've been doing like human things, like left and right. And when we talk about Democrats, dude, Democrats ain't got no soul.
Mm-mm.
And they clearly showed it. They showed their ass today. They showed their ass, and
They
none
showed
of
their
that.
ass this whole weekend.
Not only that, but how dare somebody come at like and Dr. West, you can see in the interview, and him talking, they came so real. I think it shocked them.
Mm-hmm.
They came so real, like so calm, and they came at a point where they said, everybody's like, "You're like the spoiler. You're just taking votes away from from these people. You're taking votes away from Trump, or you're taking votes away from Kamala." And he's like, "No, I'm not taking votes away from them. I'm not. These votes, I earned them." And it's true. That's why I never could understand it. Because they place us in a forced situation, family, of red or blue. They're forcing us to make a choice. And we don't have to make that choice. We can go other than that. And as soon as we really just dismantle that motherfucking electoral college, that right there is built on the backs of motherfucking slaves. As soon as we dismantle that shit, then we can really fucking do something with picking elected leaders that are I don't even want to say viable, worth their salt. You know what I mean? Worth their salt, because right, like even with Jesse and that lady, the competition or whatever, this bitch showed up on day 3 only to pander.
Mm-hmm.
To pander. When it's not okay. Pandering is not okay. And black people, you allow these white motherfuckers to pander to us, you ain't shit.
Hey, that's why I put it in the chat room. Pimping ain't easy. Fuck them.
You ain't shit. Like, for real. Like, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't want to be pandered to. And I definitely don't want no white motherfucker pandering to me. Like, you ain't gonna, first of all, you ain't gonna get up in my soul. You see what I'm saying? You're not gonna get up in my soul. You're not gonna get up here in my brain, and you're sure it's not gonna make me sway anyway. You know what I mean? I move with the motherfucking wind. But you're not gonna get up in my soul, and they're pandering to me. They'll placate and pander. These white motherfuckers only show up during election season when there's a forum or something. And they don't give a fuck about black people.
Mm-hmm.
And the sooner everybody fucking understands that, the sooner we can fucking move on with our shit. I don't give a fuck if it's not racist. Let it be racist all motherfucking day long. As soon as we come to an understanding that these white motherfuckers don't give a fuck about us, they're pandering to us. They don't give a fuck about us. How the fuck you gonna tell us about motherfucking tobacco? We grew the shit. You know what I mean? You can't tell us when and what to smoke, and Newport's fucking menthol is bad and it's been pandered to us. Motherfucker, we grew the menthol. Shut the fuck up at me. These motherfuckers are just pandering to us.
Mm-hmm.
Pandering. And it's not okay. And I just gotta say that. I gotta say that. If you've learned anything from us at Frontline Black News, they know this. White people don't move us. Their tears don't move us. Their lives don't move us. Their words don't shake us. And we're not bought by them. We're not paid for by them. And they can't fucking make or break us. The only thing that they have is money. They have no soul, and they have no creativity. And they come to pander to us, and they come in our spaces, and even I don't give a fuck what it looks like. Anybody who lets fucking white people in to pander to us ain't shit. Especially in the fucking house of Black Jesus. Let's keep in mind, Putin said it's all right. Black Jesus. It's a house of Black Jesus, because do not pander to us. But yeah, I'm gonna let Jesse go ahead and go on with Frontline Black News, and we're gonna show the video. You can hear me talking to the background, but you can hear Jesse was going smooth, clean the fuck off for like the last, it was like what, 3 hours we were there? 3 hours. And when he went off, I don't even think they should have gave him a mic because he has so much bass in his voice. That's why I take it with me to the hospital, because he gets things done. Like when I need a black doctor, I need a doctor, period, and he just gets in he raises his voice just a little bit, and they can hear the bass coming from God knows where. I want to say a secret dark space, that only men have. It comes from there and it comes out. It shakes the room. But they gave him the mic, and so you could hear his voice all through the fucking church. and I was sitting right next to him. I was like, man, if they ain't scared now, they're gonna be scared after this. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So yeah, his voice was like, and y'all are some hypocrites. And I was like, oh my Lord, like sweet Jesus. But it needed to be said, and I think that what happened is that they've been taking us for granted, and because it's just us. Oh, it's just us. Yeah, like the next, you see how Sabi would cry out fucking when he with the mayoral thing. It's gonna happen again. So, it's just us. It's just us. But I'll be goddamn, man. I was like, look, bitch, civic engagement. Nobody's more civically engaged than Jesse.
They try to talk down.
Try to talk down to us like that's the thing with Democrats.
The house Negroes did the field Negroes
on
the plantation.
Yeah, and then you gotta listen or else. And we don't have to listen to shit. That's the thing about it being an independent person, period. You ain't gotta listen to anything. And I ain't gonna listen to nobody who's a motherfucker. Look, first of all, I ain't never been no off-brand. Right. I don't hang out with off-brands. I don't date an off-brand. I don't dap coons. I don't fucking hug coons. I don't kick it with bed mistresses, bed wenches, buck broken ass motherfucking niggas. I don't. And that's on everything. That's a real girl. Seriously. That's just the way it is. Right? So I will not start now. And as we get closer to the end of political season, we got to pray and just keep Jesse Paris in our prayers, because, the worst thing is that, look here, a colonizer cannot take this seat. What is a colonizer, family? Let me tell you what a colonizer is real fast before I go. A broad goes to Africa on a volunteer feel-good moment. She comes back, creates an organization or two, and capitalizes off the ills of our motherland, the children and women in our motherland that are, going through situations such as HIV. Okay, I don't want to talk about it because we don't talk about it like that, and that's not what this is about. But you don't go to our mother, regardless of what anybody thinks. Africa is our motherland. Okay, and we should protect Africa, just like we should protect Haiti and all of our other countries that are just like that. Okay, at the end of the day, we're all black. Okay, but white people should not be over there capitalizing on the ills and the shames and the plight of our people.
Well, see, that's
especially our children.
Colonializer. That's why they killed Thomas Sankara, because he wasn't for that shit.
Well, we're not for that shit. So this broad went over there. She went on a feel-good moment. She came back and created some organizations, blah, blah, blah. She's supposedly, doing work for them, blah, blah, but she never sent the money back. Now, that's the big thing, family. When you do work and you're supposed to be on some feel-good moment, doing some work over here in the States, blah, 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 for the plight of the motherland, which you're a colonizer, you really don't have no skin in the game in that aspect, then you need to be sending that money back. That money needs to go back to those people. Anything you capitalize on and you make money from, you need to be sending that money back to those women and children and men who fucking are, who you're doing that. You're shaming us. You're capitalizing us off of our plight. So you're a colonizer, and then you want to run for office in a historically black district. when you only show up on a black things when you're fucking called. You don't give a fuck. You don't have no skin in the black community. And what skin we do have in the black community is overshined by motherfucking Democrats who think they're on something, who think they're about something. In reality, they're just capitalizing off of the plight too. These are fucking what do you call it? Camera cloud chasing, right? They only show up when the camera's running, so they're not doing any back work. We are sitting there still trying to do back work on a transitional fucking thing. The DA's leaving. We're trying to go now. We're trying to be on the next DA board to continue to work. When we asked the Democratic DA that we've been working for 2 motherfucking years for a testimonial, she says she endorsed the white girl. But we're like, but we do the work. We sit on your board for 2 years. But she's my friend. What does that say to you, people? What does that say? That says cronyism. That's corruption. And that means that bitch ain't shit. And she'd rather work us like motherfucking slaves to take care of our motherfucking people, but we can't even get a testimonial of the motherfucking work we've done. But she'll go ahead and endorse some fucking white bitch, a colonizer too. What does that mean? You see what I'm saying? I gotta go now because Jesse's trying to rush me off. So, stay black, stay dangerous. We're gonna get on with Frontline Black News. I just wanted to tell you all about the little video and everything, and we was proud of our work. You know, yeah, y'all gonna see me in a little chair. Jesse says horrible camera footage too. So I'm gonna get off camera and I'm gonna pass it to Jesse. So go ahead, Jesse. He'll come back on camera if he wants to. You see him in the back, right? He took our flag down to put up the unity party.
What?
All right.
It's campaign season.
Campaign season, family. Wish us luck. And your girl done twisted her knee, so I'm gonna get off the thing, okay? I don't want you to see me.
Put some ice on it.
I wish Jesse won't give me no ice.
See, okay.
Right, so
anytime that you strain something or pull a muscle, you got to get the ice on it immediately.
Oh, tell the Love's back in the building.
Love's back in the building. Come on.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, I haven't been mean to Jesse for 4 whole days now. This is be so surprised that.
Yeah.
Stop a little bit.
All right, y'all. So I'm gonna play the clip.
Yeah.
It's
I hope they learned
doozy.
something. Did they learn something right there?
I would hope so.
Chewbacca, did you learn something from all that?
Yeah, no, well, what it is like I said up in the chat room, Lady Trey, is that neo-colonialists, no, Democrats are the worst neo-colonialists. See? And, you know, and a neo-colonialist is a brain-dead motherfucker, like I've said all along.
Maybe they didn't see me on camera in like a long time.
Yeah. All right, y'all.
Yeah, we came and I kept trying to get Jesse out of his pretty dress clothes, and he didn't want to do it. He wanted to wear his suit and stuff. And man, it took me like 40 minutes, dude. 40 minutes, I accomplished it.
I went there suited and booted.
He did. He wears gaiters and everything.
Gators?
Yeah, I got gator shoes.
Gator shoes? Leather?
Well, when it comes to alligators, make all the shoes, belts, purses out of them.
Right.
Kill all the alligators.
He had all this pretty well, his handsome like navy blue, almost purple dress shirt.
That was yesterday.
Then what did you have on today?
I had the gray one on today.
Oh, the gray. Hey y'all, something's wrong with me, but I've seen colors like weird lately. And he looked so good today. And he had were you wearing the pinstripe pants?
No, I was just wearing all black.
Oh, yes,
black
you
khakis.
camera. And he had all his pins on and stuff. And I've been over here, so I've been like this. He won't let me go home. He hasn't let me go home yet.
Yeah. So here's the clip, y'all. I hope
is this here where you cut some motherfuckers out?
Oh no,
this is the beginning of it.
Oh.
So like I said, Lady Che has already alluded to. Dr. West was in Denver, Colorado today. He had a conversation with him and Dr. Melina Abdullah, and it was interesting to say the least.
They're so nice, man, and the fact that like it was like the best day for me. I never get starstruck, but like that, he's like my favorite person, like my idol, like you know what I mean? So I read Race Matters.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can get Dr. West on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
That would be nice, Shabaka. We've been working on it. Let's see.
All right.
Yes, Shabaka, I've been really working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you looking all ominous in the morning.
Look how dark and ominous.
Yeah, I dig it. Yeah. All right, y'all. We here. Special guest of the Cornel West campaign. Influential in getting him on the ballot out here in Colorado. Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you in person.
You as well. This is Brandon.
Man, you got good Raider colors on, man. Silver and black.
I was on
I got great.
Yes.
And Gary Swing is down there.
Okay. Oh no, he is right there, Gary. You're right here.
I was in my
Hey. We here. Team Cornel West in the building. I brought the banner if you want to take a picture with it, with Dr. West.
All right, we've got
Okay. Who else came? We showed
Susan Hall and her husband Tom. Cynthia's here.
Okay.
And Meredith Ryan's here.
Nice. Y'all way up front?
We're not all the way up front, but you can see Cynthia over there with, right over there on the right-hand side.
Oh, okay.
There's Susan.
Okay.
So watch this. I'm going to bust these skills out immediately.
Hey, it is Shark in the...
I don't know what the hell's going on. It skipped to the end. I don't know why it did that. I didn't touch anything.
Yeah, so when we got there, Jesse immediately went off.
Yeah, exposed them shields immediately.
He couldn't contain them.
You want to sit here?
So that's Jeff right there, but let me back up because it skipped ahead all of a sudden.
That's Jeff with the brown pants on.
Yeah.
He's a buster.
Did he get my calling card last winter?
No, Shabaka, he was in Africa. I told you that.
That's okay. You're
I'm talking about when he got back from Africa. Well, then again, it was so cold and windy there, it probably blew off. Probably blew off.
Hey, Chat. Lady Chat.
I don't know.
Lady Che is Shark.
I don't know.
She was so happy to see.
That was Shark. It's one of our indigenous elders.
Yeah, she's really, really nice. She loves Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's so nice.
Hey, how are you? How are you? How are you feeling? My government name. What's your government name? I said, no.
God damn it, this damn internet. Let me try to refresh.
We know we in the soul section. Hey.
So I'm like greeting the people that I know there, that I'm cool with, and then I'm about to expose these shields like immediately.
Made it, y'all came. Hey, good to see you again. Hey, Jackie, good to see you. You want some more flyers on?
So I'm running into like the people I know in the district. Like Miss Jackie, she got a business down on 5 Points called Neat Stuff. She was there.
I got him.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you got him. That's right. You're welcome.
So, you know, I'm doing my highs, my greetings, and now I'm about to bust out these shields because the shields want to be up front.
Hey,
They're about to get busted out.
now what is y'all doing here? Y'all know y'all on team.
See?
What you doing? Running them out the neighborhood, Jesse?
Kamala. Y'all wasn't even trying to hear us when we told you that we got Cornel West on the ballot on the state of Colorado. Yeah.
They know you got a baby fro.
Y'all ignored us. I told him back in April that we got Cornel West on the ballot. And I was on the ballot as well, and y'all act like y'all didn't want to believe it. Now y'all want to support. Shout out to the Unity Party. Shout out Unity Party. Right. Yeah, Unity Party in the building. We're the reason why Cornel West is on the.
Oh man, it started early.
Yeah, but I started off with the shit. I was like, with all the shit.
Here with that
ballot anyway, because the Democratic Party wasn't trying to hear nothing.
Yeah, tell them about it.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
I was talking directly to his camera when I said that too.
Yeah, because he's over there filming and shit, and I was like, this motherfucker's audacity.
Yeah, now all of a sudden y'all want to act like y'all don't support Dr. West.
Okay, so you want to show right there?
Democracy is real, ain't it?
Oh, we're reserved. We're special guests.
We
were. We had to set the record straight because they was trying to say we couldn't sit there. I'm like, man, y'all got us seriously fucked up.
They could have did that at the other.
Probably over here.
I don't want to talk about K-High.
Not about the K-High, because we definitely don't support Hindu bad wenches for president.
Right. Hindu bad wenches.
Hey, good to see you. Okay, let's sit here. So that's shit right here.
Damn.
Okay.
And you know, Jesse, more than welcome to put that video up on the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
You gotta add me.
All right, I have to put the record straight because they doing some awful behavior. They had a whole Kamala Harris rally yesterday, and now they want to show up. That's why they supported Cornel West. Hey, good to see you. Hey, follow me. Randy's over there. Hi, Tom. Randy, pull up close to me.
So I'm running into everybody. Everybody.
I want to get close because I was going to record the whole thing. How you doing, sister? Oh, you're Janice. Oh my God. So you got the names for place.
Well, I was going to say, I think I put your name.
Do you want the flyers? I got flyers. Yeah, flyers for the campaign.
You see, I'm a senior citizen. I'm doing very good.
One of my friends was
for Dr. West. We were actually influential in getting him on the ballot out here when the Democratic Party wasn't trying to hear nothing that he was talking about. And when they got him on the ballot, they got me on the ballot too. So I'm on the ballot for House 68.
Okay.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
All right. Janice is here. There's more people on. We know. Facebook. Meredith is here. She's from me. Meredith.
So this is before Dr. West came in.
My new sister.
They get a rude awakening.
Hey, good to see you. Is that Fred? Oh my God.
All these people are behind people activism over the past decade or so at this event. So I'm thinking everything, and I'm bringing out the operative. I'm really throwing it in the chance I get. I'm set up.
He's not here yet, so we don't know. Definitely set the record straight. Get the option here. They must gonna have a whole Kamala rally. And now they want to come here and act, yeah. And now they want to come here and act like they support Cornel West.
Oh, yeah, they can't.
Yeah. Well, they displayed that energy for 3 whole days. Browbeating us and shaming us to vote for a Hindu Bedouin that ain't gonna do nothing specifically for black people. No! But that's what they was rallying behind. Hey, how you doing? So yeah, we in the building. You know, the Black Imperial Army has arrived. Frontline campaign is in the building for Dr. Cornel West. Just have to set the record straight because we got Democratic ops in the building. They act like they support Cornel West while they were saying for the past 3 days, why is he even running? And he's taking votes away from Kamala, the Hindu Bedouin kept saying she wasn't going to do nothing specifically for black people. No. And these same K-High mugs is in the building talking about they support Cornel West. So we already see what's going on here. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And little did they know that it was me and Jesse right here.
Right, we're the only reason why he is on the ballot for the state of Colorado. No congratulations, no thank you, no we appreciate it, no nothing.
Not even
so ungrateful.
Not even a glance in our direction.
No, not even a glance in our direction.
We gave Colorado a third option.
We gave you a third option, and this is the things we get. Boy, y'all was first they was rallying for Biden. This is the same ones that was sleeping Biden all the way down. And now they Kamala, make them holler.
The last time we were in here was
and now they want to show up acting like they support Cornel West. I should be ashamed of yourself.
Was that the last time we were in here?
Yeah.
Was Master P.
Yeah, we were here for Master P.
Yeah, that's
that was at New Hope.
Oh, okay, yeah. We haven't been in here in a while.
Yeah, we ain't been in here in a while. You know, this is a church or something else.
Joe Smith, you guys are embarrassing the black race. Now, how are they embarrassing the black race, Mr. Smith?
Yeah. And I told Jeff straight to his face in April that we had got Cornel West on the ballot, and I was on the ballot, and they acted like they didn't believe me. The so-called free think zone, ain't nothing free thinking about it.
Right. So, Joe Smith, I asked you to type up, sir. How are they embarrassing the black race?
Yeah,
and the NOI support.
The NOI is in the building.
All black support Cornel West.
Well, Mr. Smith, you answered my question, man, with your non-response.
What? What paper? Flyer? Oh. We gotta pay for them, baby. They're like $2. Ansar's not here no more. Ansar gave us for free. R.I.P. to Ansar. He was a real one. Unlike all these fake individuals I'm surrounded by.
I'm so excited to see Dr. Cornel West. I'm dying. I'm standing ready all day long.
Oh, we've been waiting for this for the past, since April.
Yeah, because it's a must. Because I feel like Dr. Cornel West is like the shit. And we don't have to worry about whether or not.
I'm on the ballot, and they still have that same dumbass.
Joe Smith is always trolling.
Now the K-High want to come out and support Cornel West. Come on now.
Now, we're pretty excited. I'm just acting out. It's pretty exciting. Yeah,
Much needed.
Yeah, there's reason to be mad.
Yeah, I'm sure I do have every reason to.
But I myself am overjoyed. I'm overjoyed.
He's the same one that said, "Hey, dog, where's Medea in that? It ain't goddamn way." You know, y'all missing one.
Yeah.
Where the rest of the raccoons at? I know y'all ain't here. Now they want to support Cornel West. It's hilarious to me. Go ahead, man. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Mac 285, get with us for the Rumble in the Jungle, man. Tuesday
Oh, yeah.
night.
I've been playing with Belly. I mean, I they know my vibe. But it's okay. I didn't want to come too tricky out. I've been doing stuff in the street, moving around quietly. So I can't be too flashy. But I was like, man, that's a nice little piece right there.
Yeah.
That is nice and light.
All right, Mac 285, be happy to have you.
Plus, you got it all sitting to one side. I can think you do. Everything is at an angle. Everything's at an angle. No, Kelly, I'm really stoked about this. Like, I'm finally getting into the top two. Because I keep it, I do all the backwork just to get me. So everybody gets to see me now. Today, so it's pretty exciting. A lot of people saw me today.
Talk about that. Laugh now and you cry later. And when Kamala make them holler go down, I can't wait. There's gonna be a lot of slow flowers, slow singing and flower bringing going on. Because they so full of shit. They're a bunch of damn hypocrites.
So anyway, back to us. I haven't left. He has every right to be bad. He has every right to be bad. Because even right now, our little stickers running out. So. Jesse, you can act up like this in church.
We're going to tell the truth and shame the devil today.
I'm like,
Good afternoon.
How are we doing today?
Doing great.
So glad and so honored to be here today for us to be gathered here. This is going to be a transformation.
Why?
You don't want to
I'm truly honored. I'm going to be hosting the education. My name is Matthew. But feel free to get comfortable. We're still getting things a little bit set up. We're waiting for our keynote speakers to arrive. Again, we're just so honored to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
and everything.
Thank you for having us. And thank us for getting them here. Because they wasn't trying to hear nothing Cornel West was talking about. Now the ops in the building want to try to get intel for Kamala's campaign. You know, the must raised with over $500 million.
Get the Afro back.
No, and they don't give you credibility either, or legitimacy.
There you have it. Mic drop. I'll tell you why you should go for it. Just across the street. I'm gonna pass the test.
I mean, I'm irate, y'all. For freaking 3 days, I had to hear John Bailey and the rest of these Democratic shills shout, shame, and browbeat us. Talk about Project 2025. We live in Project 2024 right now. Tell us we need to go vote for a Hindu bad wench. All of that madness. You got to free these Negroes like Harriet Tubman had to. Right? She would have freed more if they knew they were slaves on the Democratic plantation.
That part.
They was doing all that shilling for Kamala. Now they sitting up here acting like they in support of Cornel West.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
After highly insightful, powerful speeches, like he always does, then they gonna feel what real joy is.
Yeah, real joy, not that bullshit that they was talking about at the DNC.
Not that like that pretend joy that's like hope. And I know what the real black joy is. You know what I mean? Unlike that other pretend shit.
So this is right before Dr. West. So
Again, we telling the truth today. Well, that's what we do every day. The hypocrisy is real, y'all. They wasn't trying to hear from Dr. West. For 3 whole days, we heard, why is he even running? And these same people now all of a sudden want to see Dr. West. Not a single thank you, not an apology, not, oh, we messed up, no, nothing. And these same people that be talking about accountability, they have none.
I feel like you stole my swag. I was with the crowd pieces. I have like 20 or 30 crowd pieces. Me too. Yeah, just keep that vibe going. Seriously.
Sitting up here cloud chasing. You got the whole K-Hive in here acting like they in support of Kamala, Cornel West.
We did good.
Yeah, we did do good.
We did great. I forget what else I got for everything.
everybody that's on the
Yeah, it's about time it came around.
Part of the free cookie zone.
I can't wait either. I hope I get to speak too, because I'm going to go off. Like for 3 whole days, we have to hear John Bailey tell us why is Cornel West on the ballot. Why are we going to vote for him? And these same people that was in attendance at that event is over here talking about they support Cornel West. Hey. Yeah, we don't have to question nothing. Yeah, she's not black and like that bullcrap agenda she called herself releasing. It was highly offensive. That whole roundtable event was offensive. That's the F the police. That's not new. These are old buttons. I've been rocking this for a minute. We ain't new to this. We true to this. It just irritates me because I know they're doing intel for Kamala's campaign. That's all they're doing. Especially after that rally they had yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know why you would want to be a member of that church.
Only thing that make it is Bianca showed up.
BTQ church.
Khadijah showed up.
Yes.
She already told us she was a Democratic operative. Yeah.
So this is right before Dr. West.
Yeah. You're welcome, Colorado.
They're playing the clip. Cornel was speaking on the big screen. My councilwoman do say we don't bring that kind of energy. You got me? What's up?
Princeton University professor Cornel was more than 19 people arrested on the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court during protests against mining colleges. This can't be reduced to white supremacy. We have a whole lot of white nonsense fighting against white supremacy. We get tricked between real fascists like Brother Trump or military like Brother Biden. Wow, I'm so happy that they the world shaking this season. Working people finding themselves pushed to the margin.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will now allow the organized greed to have the last word. You hear that, K-Hive?
All right. So we have our esteemed guests here. I'll ask them now to kind of come out. We're going to do a bit of a receiving line here. So this is our opportunity to shake hands with them. Our esteemed guests, Dr. Cornel.
Yes.
Dr. Melina, Abdullah.
Yes.
And our keynote speaker, Kasira H.
Yeah.
So when they come in, all I ask is give them a warm applause.
Yes.
They'll be walking in. Like I said, they're going to be shaking hands. So take this opportunity to greet yourself with them and maybe take a photo or two.
Oh, yeah.
As we get this afternoon started.
All right, so they're about to come out.
I felt good about the way they helped me take this up, because I really worked hard. And they always took me for granted.
Yeah. $60. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's check it out.
Yeah. Dr. Melina. Oh, shit, Todd is in the building. What up, Todd?
Boy Todd is doing security.
Good. Dr. Melina. Hey, Jesse Pierce.
You know what's greeting me?
Oh, there's Dr. West greeting you right there.
I don't know what he's. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's history, brother.
Who brought you here? Are you doing free?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That brother that he just hugged, that was the brother he worked with Huey P. Newton and several of the Panthers back in Oakland. That brother right there with the that's shaking hands with Dr. West. He's from Oakland, Shabaki.
Oh, okay. All right. He's straight from Panther Town. Okay.
That's our brother Taj right there doing security.
Okay.
There goes Jeff trying to take pictures every day.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's a real opportunist, ain't he?
Oh yeah, opportunist.
Yeah. Or opportunist. Yeah, that's on the start calling them motherfuckers opportunists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Opportunists.
Right. So they start off with taking pictures with him. And I'm like, y'all must want to get a picture of Dr. West. Y'all wasn't supporting him.
Yeah, that's what kills me. But that also is an indicator for them to realize that, you know, Kamala might not be doing too hot.
A quick handshake, quick photo with our esteemed guest here tonight. We just want to make sure everybody gets ingratiated with
I Black Jesus know exactly what I did. So. I didn't need a picture to remind me of like one of the greatest days of my life.
Look at Jeff taking pictures. Let me fast forward to when my party gets a picture with him.
Good to see you, Taj.
And that was a beautiful day.
Yeah. You know, everybody trying to get photo ops.
So in other words, they star chasing.
Oh yeah, big time.
I don't mind changing. Star chasing. You know, but I don't get to see a lot of shit, you know?
Right.
Somebody that
Because I think we just be talking. It's like, no, I'm really serious about this.
I was afraid to say that. But I didn't have to go get a picture of it like that. I saw enough to last me a lifetime. I'm awful like that.
He's not sitting up here supporting Kamala, trying to get pictures with Dr. West. You would think they'd be ashamed of themselves, but they have no shame. Yeah, this is his third time coming. Where have y'all been?
It was. This is literally the third time that he's come to Colorado, and these Muslims nowhere to be found. Now all of a sudden they want to pop up, acting like they're in support of Dr. Cornel West.
Wow. But see, but as you know, Jesse, that type of stuff don't surprise us, man. You know?
No, it don't.
Yeah. Yeah, opportunists.
Mm-hmm.
You know we gotta get some pictures. Yeah, ain't no rush.
Well, one thing I will
Kaylin's in the building.
Who's in the building?
It's Sharp.
Oh, okay. But one thing I will say,
Yeah.
Sharky. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to make it up there one day. I'm
Nice. Yeah.
I've never felt so much pain.
Hey, how you doing? We got him here. We the ones. They wasn't trying to hear it. We tried to tell them back in April that we got them on the ballot here, and they was not trying to hear it.
You gave them a third option. Thank you for all your hard work.
You're welcome. Hey, how you doing?
All night. Oh yeah, we did a whole interview.
Yeah, keep on laughing. Y'all gonna be crying here shortly. I can't wait. They're gonna be slow singing and flower bringing come November 6th when the K Hive goes down.
Yeah, taking pictures of everybody.
Hey, get this on the record.
Here we go.
Hey. So, back in April, my party, the Unity Party of Colorado, nominated Dr. West for president. And I told Jeff in the so-called K-Hive that he was on the ballot. They were not trying to hear it. At that same time, I got on the ballot as well for House District 8, Jessica Sean Pierce. So I just want to let the record reflect that me and Brandy Majors are the main reasons that he is on the ballot here, and Colorado has a third option for president when the Democratic Party wasn't trying to hear or see any of it. And these same people are in attendance right now that were at the Kamala Harris rally yesterday. So now they're acting like they're in support of Cornel West.
Opportunist.
Yeah, you're welcome. My name is Brittany. Long-term mate. I do this campaign work for House District 8.
Yeah, classic case of opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
That here first on Frontline Black News, opportunist and opportunity. Those are our words. You need to create hashtags on those Brother Bears.
Oh, yeah.
Which is probably being
Because I think when you create a hashtag, man, that's like a poor man's copyright on it.
And so we're very, very proud to have him on as third option, given the state
You gotta at least put hashtags, bro.
I mean, it's a really big deal.
Yeah, at least put hashtags.
Yeah, hold on, let me type it in. And tell me what you think. Okay.
As you know, we're independent, or we're not
quote unquote viable.
Democratic points that where you fight people.
And then we heard for 3 days straight at John Bailey's Colorado Black Roundtable, why is Dr. West running? Why is he taking votes away from Kamala? Well, because it's supposed to be a democracy, and people that qualify to be candidates should have the right to run.
And none of these votes are guaranteed. It's all about.
I was talking so loud for that right there that I keep handing over to hear exactly what I was saying.
Right.
I'm gonna bring this up.
Okay, you see the two hashtags right there, Brother Paris? Yeah, hashtag opportunist, hashtag opportunity. Those are ours. That's Frontline Black News shit.
Yep.
And this pandering gotta stop. And you're not gonna get anything with these fake promises. For 60 years, you've been the same kind of neglect. So now we want
they got
trying something different
They got Lady J there on the news.
To the old negative. You know, if you don't want it, you try something different. And I think that the comfort.
And they got to give you a clip of it too.
Shouldn't be what we do nowadays. That's just what it is. We're going from the name
or fear-mongered voting.
Yeah,
being feared to get your soul to the polls. Well, I'm gonna let you know this. The only thing that's gonna get our souls to the polls is something tangible, specifically for Black people. Otherwise,
that's
you can stop wasting your time. K-Hype, Kamala Harris supporters that all of a sudden want to act like y'all in support of Cornel West. That all of a sudden act like y'all want to have a Black first agenda. I ran for mayor last year on a Black first agenda. These same people try to shut me out, made sure I couldn't get on the ballot, and then had the audacity to laugh and hee and caca about it on their so-called free think zone. So they should be ashamed of themselves. But the Democratic Party has made it clear they don't have no shame.
Also, too, you know, I think that when you're
yeah, opportunists. That's right. And opportunity. Those hashtags belong to Frontline Black News.
Hey, Mother Helen.
And it's sad to say that, you know,
and this dude right here, he called himself running for
the one with the
officer in Aurora.
You see the one with
we ain't seen him in months. All of a sudden now he want to pop about the woodwork.
Who is that?
Gonna challenge the great Rhonda Fields and actually thought she was gonna win. The audacity. Yeah, we in church.
That's the one that has so much criticism to say when I was running for mayor, and I told him, okay, since you got so much stuff to say, then why don't you run for mayor? Or why don't you run for office? This mug right here with the dashiki with the like he got a damn tablecloth on.
Yeah, like like a poncho, cuz.
Yeah. Damn. Looking like Roly Poly Martin's panel. What was that dude from what was his name? From In Cobra that looked like he was wearing a damn tablecloth. These are the same kind of people. So these the Roly Poly Martin types.
He does stupid.
I'm gonna tell the truth to shame the devil today.
Yeah, there's definitely some graft and corruption going on with this stuff, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's Dr. West. Yeah,
and we're not obligated to any of these parties. We don't owe any of these parties no loyalty. They both have betrayed us. The Democrats have been taking our votes for granted for the past 60 years. The Republican Party betrayed us during Reconstruction. We don't owe either one of these parties nothing.
Right.
And all the prisons under clean.
Right.
Yeah.
Boomed out for 8 years.
Right. Mr. Mass incarceration, and then you have the audacity to try to fearmonger us to vote for Biden in 2020, talking about anybody but Trump, and we just can't have 4 more years of Trump, and you get Biden, and it's times better. No, they're worse. Mr. Crime Bill himself, he said every crime bill since 1972 was Biden's bill, and he's the same ones that was trying to convince us that he was good for our community. And the same ones that's trying to tell us to vote for Kamala Harris. No, they didn't. The Democrats did not want to put third-party candidates on. They have literally fought tooth and nail to keep third-party candidates off the ballot. And it's supposed to be a democracy, and we're supposed to be preserving democracy. And oh my God, Project 2025, we live in Project 2024 right now under the Biden-Harris administration.
Right.
And the way I see things is that the benign neglect
like John Bailey.
They wasn't expecting us to read. You know, you want to see something from us, you put it in a book, you put it in writing. Yeah, they wasn't expecting us to actually read and do the research. They always telling us to research mandate for leadership, which both the parties are involved with. But they ain't gonna tell that, and also they ain't gonna tell that the author of Project 2025 endorsed Kamala Harris for president. But they ain't gonna tell that.
Oh wow! Oh, that's bad news.
It's a new day on the plantation.
Bad news.
Let's tell Oh yeah, they definitely on here today. Yeah.
Or you actually going to speak to what it really means. I watched him on the 8 last night. And so we spoke what joy really is. And it's something that you should be able to resonate with the coming from a human standpoint. That's what we need.
So that they're taking photo ops with him, huh?
Or whatever she's doing. She's not getting anywhere right now. And it's so hard to know.
I know. How is it this close? It's absolutely
very close. And it's not something.
Now, who was that waving the fan?
That was one of the sisters that was.
So yeah, y'all welcome, Colorado.
I put the event together.
And you were watching him come by
Oh, okay.
you know, the Patriot signs or whatever.
They were just running down Peoria.
Nothing but like racist and vice versa. I was like, well, we're not going to Green Valley Ranch today.
Yeah.
Food truck.
A lot of these people in attendance have blocked me on Facebook, including Jeff Fart.
I don't really care.
That means that you're doing something right.
Block us in real life. So we right here in the flesh.
Today, though, we might be blocked for real. I don't know.
That's right. But not shocking, right? Because everyone's
No, it's not shocking because Colorado is what it is. I mean,
It's still a Klan state. Right, the first governors, first mayors, Ku Klux Klan members.
You know, we just want decency and be not and like the world. You know, when we say we want to let first, when everyone else is.
You're welcome. We brought him here. We're the reason why he's here.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. They've been ignored for like 8 months.
Yeah.
So you hear Punk Ass Hashem and he and Kakan in the background.
I don't know how you can hear.
By these so-called ones that all of a sudden they want to be in support of Cornel West when they were at a Kamala Harris rally yesterday.
And it's very terrible because they only knew what a man.
Mother Helen. Let's see.
And they maybe want to lead. You see what I'm saying? And if they only knew that that's the kind of leadership that we need in the world, they would change their mind about how they
Right. But they don't want to get off the plantation.
They don't want to see that. But he took a very serious individual on the street, gave him a life. So, if only the candidates now that were ready were like this. You know what I mean? That's an honest testimony. You know? That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I can say is that you're the one who's sticking to your lines. Don't stop because it's politics. Don't act like it's one thing. But it can't.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm also on the ballot for House District 8, Jessica Sean Paris, under the Unity Party. We're not left, we're not right, we forward.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, we're going to bring more
All
more
right.
black.
So we're going to get this. I want to make sure that it's a great amount of time to get a picture here. We're going to speed this up a little bit.
So I'm going to get a picture with us.
Appreciate it. We'll make sure everybody gets a picture though.
Yeah, come
We
on.
also want to let you know that the best way to donate to Dr. Cornel was is a merch table.
Yes.
If you also
Let me see your phone.
there is a QR code. There is a QR code that's going to be in the back booth as well. But 100% of the proceeds that get bought back for Dr. Cornel West goes straight to his campaign. So we just wanted to give you that avenue as well.
So that's Jeff Fard right there, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one that's taking all the pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Jeff right here.
Okay, there to the left. Okay. Well, he's off camera now.
You know, hey, let the record reflect. I told you back in January, April, that Cornel West was on the ballot here in the state of Colorado, and I got on the ballot. My party nominated him the Unity Party. Hey, Dorothy. Good to see you, Miss Dorothy. Good to see you again, Miss Dorothy.
Yes. I want to get a picture with you.
Yes. Yes. I gotta figure out how you can get that to me.
Sorry, we have an agenda.
Is this the one with the group photo? Everybody with the group. Let's get in the group. Wait, can you take a picture?
Yeah, I got
Thank you.
I got 2 pictures with Dr. West.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
How are we doing? We finishing up.
I'm fast forward, y'all. To the top.
All right. You only got a few more minutes.
Because we heard from.
Oh, where are you going, Shabaka?
He's trying to preserve data.
What? How many
You have to
years?
conserve the data, Lady Che, because it eats up the data because like we're doing the StreamYards and shit.
Yes.
That's why I
We
got to
got
get
him
another
here.
damn phone carrier.
Quiet as it's kept. I should bust them out like, hey, you know, them mothers just Kamala supporters. Why y'all taking pictures with Dr. West?
I did.
Infiltration.
Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, Jesse was in rare form. He didn't stop, dude.
No,
This went
I did
on the
not.
whole time except for when Dr. Cornel West was talking.
Mm-hmm.
He behaved himself then.
Oh yeah, Jesse held his own right there, and he's telling them the real. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so these people that's on the video right now, they are Kamala supporters.
Okay, you said the
They
one
had
looks
a
like he's
whole
wearing
rally
a
for Kamala
tablecloth.
Harris yesterday at the Zion Senior Center. And now they're acting like they in support of Dr. West. Shameful.
Infiltration. Yeah, opportunist.
The one with the blue, that's Hashira. That's Lauren Watson's son, which was one of the founders, along with Chairman through my pops, of the Black Panther Party here in Denver. So he's the one that put this together. But he is a Democratic shill, just like the rest of these mugs. And that's his mom next to him, Mama Ja. So he's the one that put the thing together, right? This conversation with Dr. West at Shorter AME. But again, it was me and Lady Che that got Dr. Cornel West to come out here in the first place, because the Democrats out here were trying to give him any kind of support whatsoever. So now they sitting up and act like they was always down and they're just so happy to see him. No, the hell y'all not. Y'all spent a whole 4 days telling us why is he even running? He's taking votes from Kamala.
Yeah, see, they kill me with that shit right there. Just like when I was younger, Brother Che, and I would tell people that I would vote independent. I don't vote independent, because if you vote independent, a write-in candidate, you taking away votes from the Democrats. No. But look at what the damn Democrats did to us in return.
They have treated it like
the doormat,
like $2 holes on Colfax.
Yeah, worse.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's worse than the $5 Indians.
Right.
$2 hoes get thank yous. Them hoes still get thank yous and shit, and they still get treated with a smile. These motherfuckers treat us like shit, and they expect the most. We don't owe them a motherfucking thing except a fucking finger and a fuck you.
Right.
That's all we owe.
Well, Lady Che, that's one of the reasons why we just created the hashtag Opportunists.
I just want to say good afternoon again. Can I hear that?
That's
good
our
afternoon.
Thank you. My father, he's a pastor, so when I see some pictures of me, I'm so glad.
Now, secret thing about the pastor and their wife, they both gay, but they married. So
wait a minute, huh?
Yeah.
They both are gay, but wait a minute. They both are gay, but they're married to each other.
Yep.
Yeah, like a marriage.
Oh man, the hypocrisy is real. Boy, damn, I gotta light me a cigar on that one right there, boy. That's the damnest thing I ever seen.
Conversations that we're having here today.
If you didn't know that,
Goes without saying that we have transformational speakers here, speakers that are really thought-provoking leaders that have shaped not just our minds, not just the community of Denver, but on a national scale. Thought-provoking leaders that have transformed our hearts and have led a generation when it comes to social justice, healing, and truth. We're just going to let these last few photos be taken here, but again, I just want to welcome you all. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for being here. First thing, before we get everything started with our keynotes and everything, I just want to acknowledge our elders in the room. When I say elders, these are our grandmothers, our mothers, our grandfathers, people in our community that have led us, that transform us, that help us transform our souls, thanks to their experience and their wisdom.
Like I said, these are the same people that was at the Kamala Harris rally yesterday. Just about we need to support that Hindu bad
That's
for
the
president.
As the Denver community knows more,
Yeah.
all the jobs as a leader, revolutionary thinker, and we're just so honored that you're here today, setting the intention here today. Also an author, Out of the Mud. If you get to read that book, it's an exhilarating read. I really encourage it. Perfect. So, to kick this all off, the first thing I want to do, I do have the distinct and unique honor to welcome our first keynote speaker to the stage. It is my great honor to introduce our founder here at True North Institute, Ms. Sarah H. Soul H.A. H. Soul, yes, please. I'm sure everybody in the room knows H. Soul. H. Soul, in a word, is a visionary thinker.
It's the same dude. Like I said, he's Lauren Watson's son. And at his funeral, Someone had the audacity to have all these transgenders at his damn funeral. Just completely disgracing his
man.
Speaker, an author, a social entrepreneur, and a social justice advocate who has dedicated his entire life to helping individuals and organizations and communities not just shift their thinking, but shift their systems, and understanding what it really means to go from a mindset on survival to a mindset on thrival. Who here is living a life in a mindset of abundance? Looks like everybody. Well, hey, kudos to all of you. Who here is also looking for the tools to really understand and elevate their mindset to figure out, understand, and level up to their highest aspirational selves?
You're welcome.
Y'all gonna get all the tools right here this afternoon, okay? This is gonna be an amazing conversation that we have for all of our keynote speakers, but also just the discussions and the panel that follows after. So without further ado, I just want to go ahead and introduce our first speaker for today. He's going to speak to us why we're here and how we can truly move from this survival mindset to a thriving mindset in all aspects of life and community. Without further ado, please give a warm welcome to H. Soul.
Oh, that reminded me of something. So, after we left that damn, that stupid ass K-Hive rally yesterday.
We left before that got started because we ain't no off-brand.
When we went to the Dahlia to drop some flyers off, they had a baby shower going on, right? So we was waiting on the bus after that, and the bus pulled up, and this elder senior got off. He was clearly drunk. He kept falling. He was falling on the bus, and then when he got off the bus, he fell again.
Right in front of me.
Right in front of us. So I jumped to pick him up, and he was really toe up, so I had to have help from the bus driver to pull him up. So we both pulled him up and got him right, but he was completely drunk.
And I feel like that's just real Black activity, right?
That's what we do. If we see something,
we just
step right into it.
Into action. And like me and that little kid today. Like I would, first of all, I done some egregious shit back in the day, you know, to make a point if somebody owed me money or some shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when some little kid, I'm listening to music, bopping through Walmart, and you know, a kid touched my leg, I'm mobbing through, and he stopped me. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take you to, walk with me to this motherfucker that's working over here, because you know, I remember when, first of all, we didn't get lost from our parents,
right?
Okay? We didn't
they got whole leases now for the kids.
We didn't get lost, and I was really shocked. I was surprised I didn't hear over the intercom. Did someone lose? Like, what kind of mother just walks off?
How many times have we seen Black parents with like leashes on their kids?
Oh yeah, that was cute though.
Yeah.
But we saw a brother with a little leash.
We seen a brother and a sister with leashes on their kids,
with a little baby,
so they make sure they don't run away.
Little 3-year-old hop off the bus, bop it off the bus. You know, it's just like, it's so cute. He's like, "Come on, daddy." Daddy got to keep up with the leash.
What's happening, my people? What's going on? What's going on, Abdullah?
Hey.
So first and foremost, I'd like to say that I'd like to thank the creator for making this opportunity possible. I know it's Sunday. I'm not a preacher. I'm going to play one a little bit today. He said I'm going to bring all these tools. I'm not doing it because we're an hour late. So listen, my keynote's getting cut because I live here in Denver. Y'all can come and holler at me in City Park. We can catch us down in Brother Jess. I'm not going to waste your time, especially those of you who kind of all the way from Boulder. Raise your hand again from Boulder. There we go. I'm going to make sure y'all get back to you over time. Don't worry.
I had to put it up beforehand.
So I'm going to cut my piece of it and go ahead and begin with introducing a dear family member of mine. But before I do that, I want to talk about how we ended up here today. I generally say synchronicity
is the language of source.
Yeah.
And so about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was on, I was on the old people's social network, Facebook. I have not transferred over to Snapchat.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to the TikTok, is that what it is?
Yeah, TikTok. Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram.
And so I am listening to the dialogue that is taking place inside of our community around the elections coming up. I've gotten old enough to belong to, I've got a full hair, braid sitting here, that every 4 years this dialogue heightens up to such a degree that is heartbreaking, because you can hear people talking about, if this is the way you want, hit delete me, erase me, forget that I ever exist, I don't care if you're related. So there's all this division that is existing that comes forward.
You had to put them
and so as I generally do, I get into a very robust conversation and we're getting into a dialogue, and then I put it out.
You don't support Cornel West.
I said, I
support Kamala.
I am going to invite Dr. West and Dr. Melina Abdullah to come to Denver and talk to get this thing out with y'all, right?
Yeah.
Come get the parents.
Time to do some straightening.
Us unruly Denverites at times, right? It's altitude.
Yeah, I'm already ready to go. He's gonna be on the panel.
I get a call from Melina. And she said, we're checking how you're doing. Great. How's the campaign going? It's going fantastic. You should bring me out to Denver. And I said, word. Y'all can come out to Denver? She's like, yeah, bring us out to Denver. I said, give me about half an hour. Call my team back in Denver. And yes, we're in the process of handling our programming for fall. Yes, we're getting ready to go to Costa Rica in December. Yes, we're getting ready to launch our second book early next year. But this was something that we saw as a crucial imperative. I first came across Dr. West some years back when he was on the Donahue Show. Raise your hand if you remember the Donahue Show. Okay. Dear Dr. West was on the Donahue Show. I'm about to bring
Sister Soldier one there.
And he was going back and forth with my dear sister.
Sister Soldier. Yeah, Sister Soldier.
Okay, yeah, they said even before I got to it. So Sister Soldier was doing Sister Soldier stuff, and Dr. West was doing Dr. West stuff, and I fell in love with his voice and his message. And one of the things that I picked up from him then, and I've used it ever since that time, is that more than any other leader that I can think of, Dr. West does an amazing job of always reminding us of our humanity. And so I was used to calling people who come from my community brothers and sisters, but I wasn't used to calling people who don't come from my particular community brothers and sisters. And when I heard him referring to people that he had deep ideological differences with, he never failed to still call them brothers and sisters, and that message stuck with me through all those years, is that so many times, especially during election years, we lose humanity. Our humanity for people who don't agree with what we agree with. So, without further ado, the sister that I'm bringing up is, I have met, honestly, set in the room with brilliance,
I was
maybe 10 times.
Move the hell off.
Dr. Melina Abdullah is one of the most brilliant human beings I have ever met in my life. And I'm not just saying that because we're cool. I'm saying that because she's absolutely brilliant. So when she called me and said, listen, I think they vetted me to be the DP candidate for Dr. West. What do you think? I was like, yeah, I'm excited. But I'm not surprised. I'm excited for you, sister, but I'm not surprised. It's an amazing choice to go with the most brilliant people I've ever met. And so I want them, for those of you who haven't had a chance to see her or listen to her, to come and listen to my dear sister. And again, let's be very clear about what today is. This is just a dialogue, man.
This is just a dialogue. We're here to have a conversation. I know the
It wasn't just no damn dialogue. It was an interrogation. You know, it was kind of similar to when Dr. Umar Johnson went on Roly Poly Martin's show and all them raccoons started attacking him.
art of dialogue. I talk to my dear cousin about this all the time. Communications major, professional. The art of dialogue is lost.
All of you and the lady.
And when I think about that, it reminds me of this scene in Roots. And Roots, and I guess I got old enough where they remade Roots. So I'm talking about the old Roots, the Roots,
the 1977 Roots.
There's a scene in Roots where African people have been captured and they're in the bottom of the hole of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And an old warrior speaks up and he says something. He says, turn to the brother beside you, learn his language, teach him yours. Turn to the sister beside you, learn her language, right? And teach her yours, because we're going to need this. And that's the way I feel about us. We've lost the ability, or we're losing the ability to turn to each other and communicate and teach each other our different perspectives. Not that we have to agree,
I'm cool.
we should at least be able to hear it.
Communicate
And maintain the humanity
y'all standing in the way
of each other. And that is why I brought the West here. So I want to thank a few people in the audience. First and foremost, I want to thank my mom for making sure that I got here. Mama John, to New York. I absolutely want to thank the Tyrants for opening up the sanctuary for us, so we can go ahead and get down on Sunday. Thank you so much. Always here for us. I want to thank you. I know it's here, my dear friend Herman Muhammad. We go back like rock chickens all the way to East High School. Is Herman in the house? Yeah, come on for Herman. Herman was one of the first people in Denver that have a podcast that you listen to. You should absolutely tune into it. Where they get into a walk without even one of the first people in the city to bring up the subject and to address it and how it's communicated by. Thank you, Dr. Herman, for that. I appreciate you being the leader that you are.
That's not even true. We were the first. We've been the first promoting third party candidates in the state and in the city of Denver. These mothers ain't trying to support no third party. So he's telling lies already.
Mm-hmm.
And so without further ado, let me bring up my sister, my family. Words cannot describe how powerful and how highly I regard this sister. She was truly a warrior. I don't know if that's true from all people who come from the band from Oakland, but there's something that they do in the water there where everybody come down. It's just hardcore. Please give a round of applause to my dear sister and family.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
So I am so grateful to be here, and I know that we're going to have dialogue. We're going to have conversation. I was asked to just introduce Dr. West, but before I do that, because you know this year, I'm not good at following directions. So I'm going to just insert something really, really cool, which is, thank you. Thank you. You were one of the first people I called when I was invited to be Dr. West running. And the serum will sometimes age so Watson. Will sometimes age so Watson.
Yeah.
Will sometimes talk in terms of brother and sister, but I want to be very clear when we say family, we mean family. So, there's that theoretical love, like we love everybody,
It so happened
I
that
love everybody,
he must be out
but
of the city.
I love this family differently. This is my family. This is my family that is bonded by spirit in so many ways. And you know, I talk to Mom, I'll start crying. It is a good thing, especially in this time in the world, and I see everybody's Korea, grateful for your Koreas and grateful for your fight in this time where they're trying to steal our humanity. Tears are a blessing. So if I talk too long, I'll cry about who Naja is and about who my baby sorry is, and who Danielle is, and who Majah is, and who Hasira is, and I won't say much more than I'll say our bond is all the way back to birth because we're both September 18 babies. And in some of the toughest times in our lives, we saved each other's lives. And so this is not a theoretical love, this is a real love. And this is fitting as we have 16 days left on one of the most awesome journeys that I've ever been on. And so I'm grateful to all of you. There are love warriors in the house. There are members of my Umar community, the Muslim community in the house. There are Black Lives Matter organizers in the house. There is just such a spirit that Dr. West and I both remarked on as we walked into this space. Thank you for creating this space. Thank you for sowing seeds in this space. And I just want to pray that the correct words, that the right words, that the righteous words flow through me and through us and resonate throughout this space, because we're also sowing seeds at a time when someone else, when other people have ill intentions for this world. We are saying that truth, justice, and love will win. Truth, justice, and love will win. So let what we plant here today take root so that we can roll the kind of world that we all want, need, and deserve. So, Dr. West, I was introduced to Dr. West when I think I was 19 when he came to Howard. I was an undergraduate student at Howard University. I was a student organizer, and we were doing a program on campus. And I read Race Matters. How many of you had your lives changed by Race Matters? Yeah. Right? I read Race Matters. And I'm sitting here doing this student program, right? And we were militant. It was called CUSA, Howard University Student Association, right? We're a militant CUSA. And I look out into the audience, and sitting at one of the round tables is Dr. Cornel West. I invited him to speak, didn't know he was going to be there, but just there to encourage us. And that was my first interaction ever. And then I would be introduced to him in different spaces in Los Angeles. We share a very close friend in Dr. Margaret Thomas. And after that, I got to know Dr. West I call him the smartest man on the planet, right? The smartest man on the planet. We need brilliance. This world needs brilliance, but more than that, we need what really resonates, I think, for me and for all of us. I watched the way you greeted him as we had this receiving line. We need humility, integrity, and love. And what sets Dr. West apart is his character. It's not just his brilliance, because there's such a thing as evil genius. But what we need is brilliant love. And so I've been really blessed to be in space with Dr. West as he helped us fight not just for the maintenance but the expansion of Black studies and ethnic studies. As he marched in Ferguson, as he allowed the young people to come to the stage in Ferguson in October, one of them being my 10-year-old and then 10-year-old child, who said, "No, Dr. West, You had your time. Sit down. Let people's turn.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what me and Papa always talking about. Like, these old heads got to pass the torch to the young bucks so they can soak up the game and figure it out, end it, destroy it, fight it from within, fight it from without outside.
Mm-hmm.
We are true revolutionaries at heart, and that is our mission to free our people by any means necessary. So we're not new to this. We are definitely true to this. We've been doing this for a decade plus now, giving them the most hell. We're the rebel rousers. We're the radicals, the militants, the black nationalists. Like I said, the Black Imperial Army has arrived. So yeah, definitely support Dr. Cornel West and Sister Melina Abdullah. They're on the ballot in at least 25 states, and
but a lot of
Colorado is one of them. And on our ballot, you got 8 options, not just 2 or 3. You got 8 options, and that's because of us and the work that we put in. Because the duopoly does not want competition. They don't want an actual voice from the people. They want corporate puppets that have been handpicked and groomed to do this type of work, and we're not having it. So we put an end to all of it.
I check old boy too a little bit. I think that's probably what got it started.
Oh, we've been checking them all weekend. You're not gonna sit up here and talk down to us because like you think we're all dumb or something. We is not all dumb. We is not all illiterate. And then we're the only people that had whole laws passed to keep us from reading and writing. No other group. So all these other groups can hold things on us, and they're gonna continue to hold things on us, and we all gonna suffer together. Since y'all don't give a damn about our suffering, so we definitely don't care about yours.
Encouraged all of that, and I was content when Dr. West announced that he was running for president.
Mm-hmm.
I was elated because for me it was hope for the world. It was a different vision for me. It was something that we could get behind, not just someone we would vote for because we had to vote the lesser of two.
Yeah.
Right? And so I was content to be an enthusiastic supporter of the West presidential race. And so I also host a radio program. We have several radio hosts in the audience. I have a radio program.
Yes, yours is still on the window.
I'm very fortunate that Dr. West joined me on one of the broadcasts. And I had been invited to introduce fundraisers for kids
This is time for Dr. Cornel West and Dr. Abdullah Muhammad Melina Abdullah. They remember we got him here. Remember I was on the authority and I told them I was going to bring him here or the broadcast. So we got him from the Denver. That we know that's supposedly nationalist black people. So one of our people had got him to come out and showed out.
And my heart jumped out my chest, and I wanted to immediately say, yes, one of the things Mama John taught me, though, is we got to sometimes slow walk it, right? That's your term. Like, we got to slow walk it. Don't let, what do you say, emotions make wonderful followers, but terrible leaders, right? So my emotion said yes. But then I listened to your teachings, right? I said, well, I want to say yes, but let me first ask in community. So I asked my children. I still have to ask my mother for permission, right? And I asked my organizing community, and that took about a week. And everybody was as enthusiastic as I was. And we said yes. And so for the last, my journey has been 7 months. Your journey has been 17 months. We have been sowing seeds. We have been building this brilliant, loving, beautiful moment in a movement where we say, in Colorado,
You're welcome.
We get to vote our vision, not our fear. We get to vote our vision, not our fear.
Right.
We're in a church. We know that faith and fear cannot occupy the same space. So we get to move forward as faithful people and say, we will not accept a world that spends hundreds of billions of dollars on genocide as our folks live unhoused.
Right.
We will not spend on bailing out banks when it's the people that need the bailout.
That's right.
And so in this moment, how fortunate I am, how fortunate we are to have visionary leadership, have one that we can vote for, have one that we can walk alongside, have one who dares to say, our platform is truth, justice, and love. And we gonna sing all the way to the victory. We get to vote for Dr. Cornel West for president. Dr. Cornel.
Yes.
You see how blessed I am to run alongside this love, warrior, freedom, fighter, and heal and joy spread. That's my dear sister, Dr. Melina, Abdullah. In fact, and the evening night when we prayed and pondered, there's one question. I've got to find somebody who will put a smile on the face of Fannie Lou Hagan. Oh,
sick and tired of being sick and tired.
That's some major criteria. We found it. It has been magnificent these 7 months. Give it up again for my I'm just say a few things to this dialogue, but I want to begin by recognizing where we are. We are in consecrated space. Consecrated space. This is short of AME. This is a short of the Monumental Institute shop. So when I look and see my dear brother, Reverend Dr. Timothy Eugene Tyler, and for me to the first lady, I want to get a good look at. We salute you. Get it up for these two.
Yeah.
These are the caretakers of this great institution. We all are who we are because somebody loved us. Somebody cared for us. Somebody sacrificed for us. Somebody was of service to us.
Right.
And I'm a product of the Black church, the Black freedom struggle, and Irene Clifton West, and Shiloh Baptist Church, and Reverend Willie P. Cook, and Deacon Hinton, and Sarah Raymond Vacation.
Ain't no question about your blackness, Dr. West.
That's where I come from. And I'm just a small little wave in an ocean. Somebody mentioned Vincent Harding here. There it was. The great Vincent Harding. Nobody laughing. Luther King, wrote Martin Luther King Jr. speech. Breaking the silence in Riverside. They wrote a book called There Is a River. And I'm blessed to be just a little small wave in that river. In the way in which Brother H. Soul is blessed Mother waving in an ocean. Where's Cassandra? Wave. Where is she? Where is she? Just wave. Wave in an ocean. And where is my dear brother Mike, who has been one of the grand figures of legal theorists in mind? Just stand up, brother Mike. Stand up, brother. Love this brother. Everybody too. Who y'all stand up? Who y'all stand up? Wave in an ocean. And this campaign just another time to bring the waves together. Bring the waves together. So in the face of all the chronic hatred, here comes the love, not just love in the Mamby Panther sense.
Right.
But the love that is cruciform, which means you're willing to live for it, and even willing to die for it.
That's right.
And the freedom It begins for me on the chocolate side of town because my mama and daddy and grandparents were chocolate. When I come to Denver, I'm looking for the spirit of Diane Reed and Philip Bailey because they chocolate and they enrich my life. That's right. But my love spills over to vanilla, brothers and sisters. Spills over to everybody, Arab, Muslim, Jews, Palestinians, Nigerians, Guatemalans, Costa Ricans. And that ain't no joke. That comes from a black people who at our best have been the level in the American loaf. It has much to do with institutions like Shorter AME Church and Shiloh Baptist Church, Pentecostal churches, AME Zions producing John Coltrane, Calvary Baptist is producing Count Basie's, Sarah Barnes out of Mount Zion, Bethany Baptist producing the Mary Baraka. I can go on and on and on. Where's Brother Malcolm Newton? Is he still here? Stand up, brother, stand up. Name after Malcolm X and Huey Newton at the same time. We go back 25 years. This brother is classical music. Jesse Norman. International is global. It includes reggae too. The important thing is we have to have our hearts and minds and souls intact before we get involved in politics. Because if you jump into politics and your soul's not intact, there's a good chance you're going to sell out and cave in and become so no compromise. No compromise. And you don't want to focus on the release of these poor brothers and sisters, working brothers and sisters. You're talking about me. On and on and on. We don't get into all that. So I'm just blessed to be here. I'm really unbothered and unbothered. And I look forward to being challenged and unsettled. I don't view myself in any way as a piper. The anthem of black people is lift every voice. It's not lift every echo. That's right. You can't be a blues woman or a jazz man if you just don't be an imitation and a copy of somebody else. If you just an echo, you better that's right. Your voice. That's right. Only you to do what needs to be done, given the kind of gifts that you have, whether you have the courage to cultivate the capacity to give those gifts to others. And in the end, your humanity in so many ways will be defined by the degree to which you muster the courage to love, to hope, to serve, to help others, and then try to pass it on to the younger generation. We're always trying to do it with style, trying to do it with soul, and soul ain't nothing but the sharing of a soothing sweetness against the backdrop of a grim catastrophe. And with a deep, deep sense of humility. Because we all have vessels. Trying to love our crooked neighbor with our crooked hearts. And to serve our neighbor and be a neighbor. That's where the critiques of empire come in. The critiques of imperialism, critiques of predatory capitalism, critiques of male supremacy, critiques of losing sight of the humanity in the body. And get straightening your back up and being willing to fight, go down, and have a whole lot of fun and keep the funk in it as you proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Blacc. Sound like a TI is.
Check. All right, so we're going to get into the conversation. We're also going to have a couple of mics. I only have 2 or 3 questions, and then we're going to pass the microphone because, again, the purpose of this was to have a dialogue and to encourage conversation to take place amongst our community. Right? So I really wanted to start off. First question to both of you, actually. I'd love to hear you both take us out of this question. One of the things that you hear from social media, you hear this being pushed out in the community, is that third parties are essentially a vote for who you don't want in office, and so in that way,
third parties and this third party candidate is serving as a distraction. At best, it's serving as a distraction. At worst, misinformation, the dirty work. Those who we don't want in office is word that matters. So I just want to give you an opportunity to address that accusation and that particular third party politics and third parties in themselves. We're living in a moment of such profound spiritual decay and moral decadence that American politics has become in its dominant form legalized bribery. Normalized corruption. Politicized laws. Both parties are corporate dominated. Raised $450 million, $470 million in 1 month. The hard campaign may be as broke as the Ten Commandments financially. Low cash with a whole lot of gas.
That's right. Come on now.
Trying to pour water on our parade, but never dampen the fire of our souls for truth and justice in the world. So the first thing we have to do is tell the truth about the very system and two-party arrangement that makes it difficult for truth to emerge. And what is truth? Truth, in part, is a condition of truth, is to allow suffering to speak. So do we see in our political discourse any concern about the 1 out of 5 children who live in poverty, the 2 out of 5 Black children who live in poverty? Any talk about the mass incarceration regime, which I still view as a crime against humanity? Any talk about the grotesque wealth inequality where 3 individuals have wealth equivalent to half the population? 160 million fellow citizens have wealth equivalent to 3 people. There's a key slip on the something. Right. That's spiritually sick. Where's the discussion? Genocide, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and West Bank. Both parties claim to have such differences. And there are, but the deeper ones, the ones that those who look at the world through moral and spiritual lens, not just through narrow electoral lens. So the two-party system itself becomes a matter of national security. As long as there's a stranglehold on what is available in our discussion and who we can vote for, and both parties themselves can't say a word about poverty, mass incarceration, decrepit school systems, unaffordable housing, wages still far behind that the profits of those at the top. Sooner or later, you're going to have a full-throated fascism. Is Trump a gangster and a fascist? Of course he is. And grass is green. And the sky is blue. But if you want an anti-fascist response to fascism, you can't generate your own lives and your own problems. That's the challenge. You see? And that's exactly what we've tried to do. It reminds me in some ways of the 1850s, when I had to choose between a liberal slaveholder and a conservative slaveholder.
That part.
What you gonna do, Frederick Douglass? What you gonna do, Harriet Tubman? What you gonna do, so down the truth? We created a third party called the Liberty Party. That generates another third party called the Republican Party with a vanilla brother named Abraham Lincoln. He got white supremacist sensibilities, but he's open to the challenge of an abolitionist movement. And that abolitionist movement was fundamentally rooted in the hearts and minds of enslaved Africans in alliance with some vanilla brothers and sisters. To do what? To have a critique of a system that was incapable of speaking to the fundamental issues of those Sly Stone called everyday people. Those James Cleveland called ordinary people.
Passionate
gun first. No. Look, I'm going to just speak tangibly to your question.
With the tangents.
First, people should have to earn our votes.
That's right.
They should have to earn our votes. The Republicans are not entitled to our vote,
That's right.
but neither are the Democrats.
That's right.
They're not entitled to our vote because they pushed aside Genocide Joe to give us a smiling version of genocide.
Ooh, that part.
I don't care if she has a good soul press and funny laugh, right? She has to earn our vote. We don't owe it to them.
That's right.
The lesser of two evils is still evil.
Exactly.
And so I'm choosing to vote for what I actually believe in. I'm choosing to vote for no genocide. I'm choosing to vote for a free Palestine. I'm choosing to vote for reparations, a debt that's owed to Black
Actual
Americans.
reparations.
I'm choosing to vote for free quality education, free K through PhD. I'm choosing to vote for not just healthcare for all, but healthcare justice that recognizes things like medical apartheid and Black mother mortality rates, right? I'm choosing to vote for disability justice. I'm choosing to vote for a gender justice that says, yes, publish the ERA and period justice is a part of gender justice, right? I'm choosing to vote for the things that I believe in. We don't have to vote just Democrat or Republican.
That's right.
As Dr. West is pointing out, that is not democracy.
Exactly.
They give you the illusion of choice.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The South African presidential election, this is supposed to be a brand new democracy in South Africa. They had 10 viable candidates on their ballot. And we're saying we only have 2 choices. No. I am choosing to choose. So if they lose, if the Democrats lose, they lost.
Yep.
Right? They lost. Right?
And they only
The
have themselves
other
to
thing
blame.
that we need to think about is who it is we're mobilizing. We are expanding democracy right now. Sorry, I'm looking at you, freshly minted 18-year-olds. I would bet my left pinky that you would not have voted Democrat or Republican. You're confirming. I get to keep my pinky. Yes. So we have to remember that expanding democracy means, sorry, Mahaja, I include wherever you are, right? My children, we're offering you someone to vote for. These ones, these young ones who are the most courageous and visionary among us, who said, free Palestine, I don't care if you kick me out of your Ivy League college, I don't care if you put me on the list that says I can't get into law school or can't get a job. I'm going to stand for what I believe in. These young ones are not going to come to the polls to vote for a lesser of two evils choice. We are expanding democracy. We're giving you someone to vote for. The last thing is that is confirmed by this data that's coming out of UCLA. That what we're actually doing is mobilizing new voters. And isn't that a good thing?
Yes.
Mobilizing new voters is a good thing. And when the two-party system, when the corporate-owned duopoly is mostly created, and these newly mobilized voters, these young people, these Black men, who they're saying, Kamala Harris only has 80% support among Black men, right? They're not going along to get along and saying, I'm just voting Democrats, right?
That's right.
What they're doing is saying, you gotta earn my vote, right? And so what we're recognizing is there is a politics that goes to that. And they are recognizing that you have to both vote and organize. So the corporate duopoly is scared because you're coming to the polls on November 5th to vote for someone, but they're more afraid of what you will do on November 6th.
That's right.
Keep in mind that almost 5% of those who could vote decide not to vote at all. 2 out of 5 stay at home, stay on the couch. I've been listening to a little Luther Vandross and Anita Baker. I know that the corruption is out of control. I've completely pulled back. Those are the ones that we have been touching. Most of the people who say they vote for us, they're not going to vote Democrat.
That's right.
They pull back because they know that business as usual is one of the ways the politicians have been colonized, dominated by big money, their donors, their benefactors. They know their corporate media is running the horse race-like coverage without speaking to any of the deeper issues. And we're trying to make sure that we give them sense of vision and hope and become part and parcel of what we're doing. But at the same time, we should also say, you see, we don't demonize people who disagree with us. People come up to us and say, oh, we love you, but we got to vote for Sister Harris because she's a black sister and we want to see a black sister in the White House.
She ain't even black.
Say, that's highly unpersuasive argument because we've seen a whole lot of black faces in high places that don't stand up for poor and working. That's right.
That part. Obama. Speak on Obama.
Genocide. But that doesn't mean we hate you. Don't be an echo. We want you to be a voice. And we give you a right to be wrong. We still connected with you. We still might even end up working with you months from now because
when he said that, y'all, he was talking directly to the K-Hive.
Yeah.
That was directly at them because, like I said, they had a whole rally yesterday at Zion, or day before yesterday now, at Zion Senior Center.
I'm glad we left before that badness happened.
Oh, God.
I couldn't do it. I can't.
Hell no.
If hell had a place specifically for Democrats, we were in it.
Yeah.
Police get to your house.
The Boule Coons that pass as leaders in the city.
Your child, we gonna be fighting for you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Unpersuasive argument because we've seen a whole lot of black faces in high places that don't stand up for poor and working.
That's right.
That part. Obama. Speak on Obama.
Genocide. But that doesn't mean we hate you. Don't be an echo. We want you to be a voice. And we give you a right to be wrong. might even end up working with you months from now. Because when the police get to your house and your child, we gonna be fighting for you.
That's right.
Because this is not simply about just an election. And that's one of the reasons why Shorty A&E is it 1868, brother? 1863. You see, one of the reasons why this institution is still going is because you had leaders to say to black people, I'm not loving black people, want black people to love us back. I'm loving black people because they're worthy of being loved.
That's right.
And when you love someone, you respect them, you protect them, and you correct them.
That's right.
You can keep loving them when you disagree. And that's true for anybody, any color, any gender, any sexual orientation, any nation. But still, you take your stand. And that's what we do. And we do it in a self-critical way. We're not self-righteous. We learn from other people. Very much so. Very much so. But it's just hard to get this message out because the decadence is so pervasive in the culture for truth and justice to love that get any foothold is a challenge. Because the lies are so thick and too many other leaders are conformist and cowardly.
That part.
And to be honest about it, I say that in love. And too much of the culture is thoroughly gangsterized. Trump is just the sign and symptom of a gangsterized culture. He happens to be the highly manifest gangster that's a mirror to the worst of the culture. But I also recognize that I got some gangster in me. Gangster woman, Jesus, now I'm going to redeem some of the gangster proclivity. Pray for me. I can hold me together. But it means all the things that we talk about is something we have to come to terms with inside of us, inside of our own communities. And the best of who we are, the best of our communities, the best of our traditions must be uplifted. That's why sure that A&B is still going from 1863 to 2021. Very important.
All right, so I have 4 questions. I'm done with my questions. I want those of you who have an opportunity or who want to take an opportunity. I have 2 mics. I'm going to put the mics, circulate them out in the crowd. Dr. Newton, is that because you got a microphone back there or you want a microphone back there?
Here we go.
Could you speak to that project 2025? What Black folks need to know, what they need to do?
Well, I think that when we talked about faith and fear,
Yeah, that part.
Project 2025 is not a new document.
It's not.
We have to remember that it's something that the radical right has been working on for almost 40 years.
Can't leave out the left.
So when it's trotted out now as something new, we have to remember why. And it doesn't mean that we don't prepare ourselves. It doesn't mean that we don't have plans of our own, but we're only responding to someone else's plan. That's called being reactionary. And so we have to remember that we have to build plans of our own. That's what our policy pillars are as this campaign. What are our policy pillars? What is it we're moving towards? If we're only playing defense and never offense, we lose. And so we intend to move forward a vision for this world. And that's what we, again, lay out in our policy pillars. I don't mean to close your eyes to Project 2025. I don't mean you to close your eyes to what, what was it yesterday, or yesterday, we was talking about the shutdown of Department of Education. You know, those are things we have to be aware of. And what is our educational justice plan, right? So don't just be reactionary. Don't just resign ourselves to the fear that they're trying to get us to respond to. Let's be faithful and visionary and do the work that's necessary to move that forward.
Absolutely. As I recall, in the 1920s, short of A&E was burned down by the Ku Klux Klan. Is that right, Malcolm?
Yep.
1920. So what black folk gonna do?
Rebuild.
Keep fighting, keep loving, keep laughing, keep organizing, keep it on.
That's right.
You're not gonna be a parasite or somebody else's host. By only looking at the world through their lens and you therefore always just reacting. No, you respond in light of the depths of the love and justice of your own tradition that has been poured into your heart, mind, and soul every generation. So I can imagine what the sermon was the next Sunday when they don't even have a church in the Ku Klux Klan walking around so full of pride. Sermon probably was, we come from a people who've been on intimate terms of catastrophe for centuries. This ain't new. Project 25 ain't new. We just never want to allow that catastrophe to have the last word, and we're going to dig deep into the dark wells of our own tradition and straighten ourselves up and create new short A&E version built on what was established in 1863, and I keep coming back to the church as a kind of microcosm. I can talk about black Jews in the synagogue. I can talk about black Muslims in the mosque. I can talk about black folk in the temple in terms of human responses to catastrophe. Or I can talk about the blues. And the blues ain't nothing but catastrophe lyrically expressed and honestly confronted and artistically transformed.
That's right.
B.B. King, yes. My mom, and she might be driving too. That's catastrophe.
Yeah.
But his response is what? So much style and smile, and look how Lucy of his guitar, and all of the voices of the past, the Robert Johnson, the Bessie Smith, the Mulready, all of those voices in his voice, and then pass it on. Chicago ain't nothing but Mississippi North, even Mississippi. You know, Mississippi is the ground zero of our struggle.
That's right.
People.
That's right.
Get in there. But the blues comes right out of Delta.
Yep, straight out the Delta.
That's where the targeting was. The most vicious attacks of black people who were majority state. South Carolina's the only state that comes close with it. Next week. Started in Mississippi. We started the campaign. And a little immigrant. That's what we started. Blues reflected gospel of blood at the foot of a cross and seeing how we gonna find a way out of no way and step out on nothing and land on something. So 2025, Brother Malcolm, same project, same attempt to push us back, and we keep swinging and fighting and moving forward.
That's right.
We've got 4 hands so far. So we got this sister right here who's going to be first. This sister right here is second. This sister right here is third. And that brother right there is fourth. That's the only hands I have so far. I see others coming out of the area. So right after we get to this sister going, raise your hands and we'll start from there.
We appreciate you sitting up in line like this, brother.
And Dr. West, Unity Party here, the district, when they nominated you for president, it's probably one of the happiest days of my life, because I really pushed for you to come here. As a third party, you know, you're the people's choice. That's really what the third party means, is the people's choice. And we were so elated to bring a third option to Colorado, because it's been the political climate here is beyond repair steps. And so I just wanted to tell you that first off. But I But I have two questions.
Okay.
One, the speech you gave at the ADOS conference, I was wondering if you could tell the people here about joy and how you described it at the ADOS conference, sir, because that was a very uplifting speech, and I shared it on my broadcast with I have 3 platforms, so I shared it on our broadcast because I feel like that's the true meaning, not this bloated situation that they want to talk about. And the other thing is, can you also tell us about your plans for reparations, your tangible plans for reparations? I've thoroughly read the websites. I'm well versed. Can you tell the people here so that they can have an understanding of what a third-party option can bring to the state of Colorado? Because it is powerful, sir. Thank you.
I think you already answered that second one quite eloquently in terms of the crucial role of their voices.
Directly about reparations.
And we salute the Unity Choir, just the magnificent. Each and every one of them are just wonderful folk, embracing us.
Website reparations for reparations.
Your first question had to do
joy with the ADOS conference.
We just lost one of the great giants.
Yes, R.I.P. Rain.
We do deodorize and sanitize and sterilize joy to get cheap joviality.
Mm-hmm.
And cheap joviality is just titillating and stimulating, but it can't sustain. There is no joy without deep sorrow.
The day before, we were at the Zion Senior Center, and it's another black place I like to think of, and we were being talked at by John Bailey and them.
Yeah, the Colorado Round Table.
One of the elders had a sign, like she was, like one of the Kamala Harris signs,
mm-hmm.
and on the sign it said "Black Joy," and that shit triggered me. It triggered me to no end. So I had,
we went through that with old Sambo though.
When I asked him that, I had been, I'm on like Black Twitter, stuff like that, and old Yvette,
Cornel,
yeah.
Old Strappy.
Did her usual annual ADOS conference,
mm-hmm.
and
in Atlanta.
I didn't check that shit out, but there was a clip floating around with Dr. Cornel West,
mm-hmm.
and he was giving a speech about joy,
mm-hmm.
right? And it was impactful.
Yeah.
Now, when old fucking whack ass
Kamami
Kamala over here kept saying, joy and motherfucking Jeffries?
Yeah.
Jeffries over there talking about joy on Sunday and all this extra shit. It was fake. It's like hope, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And nobody really described that to us when we was growing up. Have hope or a mustard seed of faith. It's just like pretend shit.
Yeah.
And so when I saw this clip, I shared it on Twitter. I shared it, whatever. And I was like, now that he's here, let him get that speech off because it was so heavy. And when I seen it on the Twitter, I was like, stomping my feet. I was like, yeah, nigga, that's why he's my candidate. I was like hollering like that up and down the house and really excited because he added substance to this whack ass shit that was being pandered to us by the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I was triggered by the sign I've seen with, and bless their heart, the elders, they just following what they know,
programmed and conditioned to,
and can't really, they were like, well, old John Bailey said, like Jeff Favre said, and so bless their heart for not really, we're just following along, going along to get along. But I was triggered, so this is where it's going to go right here.
There's no joy without grief. Remember, nobody knows the trouble I see, nobody knows the Jesus, nobody knows the trouble I see. What's that last line? Glory. Hallelujah. Where does that last line come from? It's not logical, rational. Just talking about the trouble. Just talking about calamity and monstrosity. Where is the glory? It's the joy. Because joy is the fruit of love. And love brings back a fear. And love is the only thing that equips us and allows us to put on the whole armor in that 6th chapter of Ephesians. Put on that whole armor against any fear, any enmity, any enemy. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and rulers in dark places and spiritual wickedness in high places. That's what joy is. And if you're not willing to deal with grief and pain and hurt and unbelievable sorrow, you'll never know what joy is. Go on and take cheap joviality and act like somehow you're so happy. And in fact, it's nothing but a joyless quest for pleasure, which is empty and fatuous. And we come from a joyful people. It takes a whole lot of bruises and wounds and scars to really understand what joy is. See the point I'm talking about? It's very important. I hit the crack party, come and lead a party of joy. I said, get off the crack party.
Right. That part.
Keep your cheap joviality somewhere else. Joy isn't funky, it's deodorized.
Right.
Keep it real.
That's
keep it
right.
raw. That's where the joy comes from. That's where black voices come from. Baby, the pain, dying breeze, deep sorrow, can't feel it. Joyful sound, mediated with a master practice technique. It's the history of spreading the joy. What did they say about Louis Armstrong? The saddest man they ever met. That's what Oscar Davis told me. But what was it about Louis Armstrong? Was he full of joy? Oh my God. Where did all that joy come from? Wrestling with his sadness at the deepest. True for the choir and literature. Is that right, my brother? We don't sing the choir. Real choirs. I ain't talking about those cheap praise teams.
Right. That part.
I'm talking about those choirs that sing from their hearts and minds and souls, wrestling with the sadness and the sorrow. And Lord, behold, they look at that cross and they see joy working through that unbelievable catastrophe. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about deep joy. All right, number 2.
I guess I am with the preparation.
With all due respect, I hear what you all are talking about. One of the things that you said, Abdullah, you talked about favor and fear. And
with the red sweater.
The thing that I understand about the Western society that we live in is we're all either victims or a part of this colonized way of thinking and being. And what I want to know is, y'all talked about democracy. Let's talk about what democracy really is. Because, truth be told, we've never, in the United States, in the Western society, we've never had a true democracy.
So why are y'all going with this notion that we got to preserve democracy? That's why I said the hypocrisy is so real. And they were doing this in the church, y'all. Like,
right.
One of the oldest black churches, like the second oldest black church, because Zion on the east side is the oldest. It's 62, opposed to 63, 1862, 1863. So he's doing this in the church, and they're supposed to have separation of church and state, but all these political functions, for the most part, have been held in churches.
Which I personally disagree with. I personally don't want any of that shit. I think we should just take our church back and keep politics out of it. But these
No,
motherfuckers are all about the bag.
Bush Jr. put politics in it when he started issuing out that faith-based initiative money after Hurricane Katrina.
They is about the bag, man, the bag, and everything's a business.
It is a business, a corporation.
It's all corporation money. It's you know, it's a lot to lose faith in. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Apple ashy.
Constitutional Republic.
I'd like to hear about those things as opposed to faith and fear. You know, faith is a big part of what we do, but faith without works is dead.
Yep, James 2:26.
So what is democracy to you all? What does that look like, and how does that translate out to the people? Because just like you said, the Republicans and the Democrats have to earn our vote. You all do also.
Turner or some shit is her name. That broad is a straight up fucking coon. Coon
You're not
mammy.
listening at all. You dig?
But that's how the K-Hive is. They don't
man.
listen
I was
to the
sitting there
truth.
like,
They call the truth
I turned around,
disinformation
look
and
back and,
misinformation.
I shook my head and was like, man, for real, you wasn't listening? Do you listen to anything that anybody was saying? Like, you choose to, this is low level, low brow thinking, like right here with this question. Good.
Thank you.
Oh, it's getting hot up in here.
So that's a huge question, and people tend to earn your vote. That's
Right.
what we're doing, is earning your vote, doing what we can do. Now we don't have a platform like the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. We got to be clear that the same corporate interests that have bought those parties have also bought mass media. So we don't get invited on CNN and MSNBC and Fox and all of these other corporate-owned media outlets. We have to come and talk to the people in a way. I was talking to Brother Eric on the plane coming out here in a way that's a blessing, because we get to talk with you and ask you what you think and what you believe. When we built our policy pillars, which is how we're saying this is how we want to earn your vote, right? When we built our policy pillars, it wasn't just Dr. West coming up with these ideas and me pitching in. It was us talking with Sister Manju about what should gender justice include, and it has to include from a young person's point of view. And let me say who Sister Manju is. She's both Miss Oregon and a rocket scientist, literally. Right? And she said it has to, she's the founder of Operation Period, it has to include period justice, because this is what is mattering to young people, right? To young women. Right? It has to include, when we talk about gender justice, expansive understandings of what gender is. It's not just male and female. It's also, you know, my oldest child is gender non-conforming, right? Gender justice means recognizing that, right? And so what it is we're building, when we say we want to earn your vote, you're right. It's not just the Democrats and Republicans that have to earn your vote. Anybody who's asking for your vote has to earn it.
That's right.
Now, you may say, that's not for me. And if you lose your vote, we lost it. We're not going to blame it on anybody else. We lost it, right? But we're being truthful about what we stand for. We're not just giving you something that you want to hear.
Right, no
we
lip
are
service.
both very faithful, and I know you don't want me to talk necessarily about faith, but it is the thread that interweaves everything for me and for us, right? That we're faithful, and we regularly seek guidance about what it is we should be doing, right? And so what is generated comes from that faith, comes from that understanding, but also comes from grounding with our people. So that's really, really important. You're absolutely right. This country has never been based on democracy. They give you the illusion of democracy by giving you two false choices. Democracy, And I'm speaking as one who studied political science. I'm going to stop saying I'm a political scientist because I also don't believe in that discipline, right? But one who studied political science. Democracy is supposed to be ruled by the people. Mm-hmm. That's what we are bringing. We intend to sow the seeds of a revolution that says that we can govern ourselves, that the people should govern ourselves. The people should determine what kind of world that we want, and it should also be the people that engage in building that world. And so that's been what we've been trying to build through this campaign, also through the movement that we've been a part of for decades. On both parts, we've been a part of the movement for decades. And that's what we're trying to build, is a democratic society, a democratic world where the people really are what moves us forward, grounded in faith, grounded in an understanding of each other, and grounded in hope for humanity in our future.
It's very good. I love your question in the spirit. But Martin Luther King Jr. said that militarism, poverty, and forms of racism and materialism they are crushing any possibilities for a true democracy. Yep. That sits at the center of our campaign. When you spend 62 cents for every $1 in military operations around the world, over 800 military units around the world, 130 special operations in 100 countries around the world. That's the United States and its empire. We talk about the poverty. We're abolitionists when it comes to poverty. We're abolitionists when it comes to unhousing or homelessness. There should never be one poor person in the richest nation in the history of the world in the United States. That's right. So that's just legacy of materialism the same way. But we hear our dear Sister Harris saying, the greatest story that's ever been told is the American story. I said, please, get off the crack pipe. Right. Take that, Jesus.
That's right.
Let me tell you a story about Muhammad. Let me tell you a story about Buddha. When she says, the greatest privilege anyone can ever have is to be an American, I said, get off the crack pipe out there, sister, in the name of love. The greatest privilege anybody can ever have in the world is to love and be loved. That's right. I don't care if you're in Africa, Asia, Europe, I don't care if you're in Denver, I don't care if you're in Nigeria, that is the greatest privilege. And if all you can see when you see greatness is a flag, that is idolatry. And you'll never have a democracy based on that kind of idolatry, let alone dominating non-Americans. So all of a sudden, a Palestinian baby doesn't have the same value as an American baby. That's spiritually sick. That a Jewish baby and all of their preciousness has the same value as an American baby or a Palestinian baby. That is what morality is. And if all you see is flags, and all you see are those who are controlling and waving the flag, and you never have a true democracy that you call it. So that's why what we're talking about goes straight to your question. Straight to your question. And try to persuade you. And if we don't persuade you, we love you. And we wrestle with it together. But the crucial thing is, we involve in something bigger than me, bigger than you. And that is we have people suffering. And we got to speak to that suffering. Right. Do all that we can to try to minimize it and make it.
I believe in decency and order, so I just want to make sure I share this so that nobody's upset. We had 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, we got up to 10. But I was just told by this gentleman right here, we do not have enough time. So was that me who did not come to? I still live here. They don't. So it was not me. If the microphone did not get to you, I just want to make that very, very clear.
ironic. The next question was supposed to be about reparations, and now we gotta cut this questions. And this is supposed to serve as a democracy.
Only to feed the next little segment, though.
Yeah.
That's how they got that shit started.
Mm-hmm.
Because they started talking shit.
Yep. After they left, oh cowards.
It's on you. Appreciate it. Put me on the chopping block. But I'm just playing. Love you, Quincy. But yeah, I apologize. I know there's so much energy in this room, and we really just want to keep this energy moving. We got a community panel.
We did have another event after this. So
I think that the narrative though, with Jeff Fard and them, like we didn't really know they were going to be a panel after that with them.
No, we didn't. They said a community
because we
panel.
talked to the motherfucker yesterday, the day before.
And no mention of any of this.
He could have said
they
did
say they were coming, but they didn't say there was going to be a panel.
Yeah, he could have said it. Jeff Fard could have said it because we talked to him directly.
They could have said it at Zion yesterday, at the day before yesterday.
Yeah.
When they had the damn rally for Kamala.
And we talked to him directly, like to his face. You know what I mean? Like he could have said it. So for us to find out, it was like, this kind of shit. You know, it's almost like I feel like a moment to laugh at us. You know what I mean? Because they didn't tell us intentionally.
Yeah.
You know, and that was the perfect time to be like, yeah, we have a panel right after that. You know, good to know. You know, great, whatever. You know what I mean? While we were thinking we were doing some good shit, there was on some sneak shit.
Mm-hmm.
You see
sneak dissing, sneak talking down. You wait till after the candidates done left to try to talk that shit. And I was with it. If Lady Che didn't say, let's leave, I would have stayed to the very end. Because this is ridiculous how they try to do us. After they left, though. They waited till afterwards because they already knew we're not with the bullshit. And my party was in attendance through all of it. They did not leave. I can't stand cowards. Exactly, twin. Like it was real cowardly what they pulled at the end of this.
The only reason I said let's leave is because
you already knew.
I felt like we did enough.
Right.
We got one more question right here from my brother Machine.
That ain't my brother. That ain't no brother of ours. That's an enemy of our people. Do not support him.
And he wears this fucking shit like a fucking poncho.
Right. He is the embodiment of a K-Hive supporter. The Hashem Dim. He gonna vote blue no matter who running. Because he's a consultant. And I can't wait till Dr. West puts him in check after this ridiculous question that he's about to ask.
Machine Codes. One, I would love for people to say that Donald Trump is a racist. Let's bury the fascist word and just call the thing a thing. Also, I understand about shaking
they always talking about the dump. What about Kamala and all the black people that she locked up in California? And they saying that that's disinformation and misinformation now. Like these people are gone. Like completely out of touch with reality.
Well, let's not call it a fascism. I mean, why
We're
not?
getting
Like
soft fascism right now under the Biden-Harris administration.
I don't know where he was going with this fucking shit. He
was going with the shilling. He's a straight up shill. Like this is the K-Hive. This is Denver's K-Hive or Aurora, because ain't he originally from Aurora?
Yeah.
Aurora's K-Hive, the Colorado Dems. He's an embodiment of all of that. He just allows us to be black in complexion, but outside of that, that mug ain't black.
Same motherfucker just said when we tried to talk to him prior to, you know, like as real motherfuckers when he was offering his services, motherfucker said couldn't afford it, and he wanted to deal with us because he said we was big.
Yeah, we couldn't afford him. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said, and then he said we was basically bigots and I don't know what else, and because you know we don't co-sign wearing a dress to elevate,
right?
And black men should be black men, not fucking you know, opposite of that.
Mascots for an agenda that don't even support them.
Real shit. Like you know, like if you're gonna be a masculine man, be a masculine man. All of a sudden now, it's okay to be something that you're not. You know what I mean? And this shit is weird to me. Like
The straight bizarro world.
it's weird. It's like I don't even know what to say. It's like it's worse than Diddy. It's just weird. You know what I mean?
Right.
All of a sudden this like I guess I can appreciate this. I guess I can appreciate. I'm from the '80s, right? So
Right.
I remember when it
babies.
was closeted homophobia or homosexuality,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then you know there was that, but now this other shit is like other shit, and
It's a whole
it's
agenda. Like you said, it's a whole $1
a whole
trillion
fucking agenda.
agenda.
And so you know, like when he called us bigots, we were like, what?
They can't even define bigot. They
Right.
can't define none of the stuff they use.
Yeah.
And when you actually check them on it, they go, oh.
And it's all because some white man brought this shit up. And it's like, well, fucking, what the fuck are black people asking other black people questions about that type of shit? You know what I mean? We already know, like, these are things that are like, don't need to be talked about or said.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not homophobia. It's just shit that we don't need to talk about. Look, James is gay. We know James is gay. He's been gay our whole lives. But we don't need James to tell us he's gay because James has been gay. Right? James is just gay. So we don't need James to come out and say he's gay because we already know, we in the black community, we know James is gay. We love him anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, James's name's Josephina on Saturdays and Sundays.
We have the most tolerance out of any people
and
group.
all that shit, right? But we know that James is over there wearing dresses and popping it over there at the club because we seen him popping it at the club. But it don't matter.
You got a twin cracking up.
Josephina, she a real party animal, and we love her, even though that's James on Monday through Friday at the office. We love James, aka Josephina. We know who he is, but we love him anyway because he's our brother.
Yeah.
Right? So that's always been the thing, right?
Yeah.
In the black community.
We're very tolerant.
We don't have to acknowledge James is Josephina on Saturday and Sunday, and he's popping and locking it in the cage. We don't need to know that. We just mind our own business because he didn't bring it up. We didn't bring it up. We just keep it to ourselves and everybody knows. But we love James no matter what he's doing because he's our brother. He's black, and we gotta respect him, and he gotta respect us. And we just know damn well he got the motherfucking hands.
Yeah.
Right? So he ain't afraid to fucking put hands and feet on a motherfucker to disrespect him. We love James.
Yeah.
That's the real shit. Like I have an uncle named my Uncle James. For real. My Uncle James, right? My Uncle James is tall, dark, chocolate, right? And when I was a little girl, he beat the fuck out of like 3 motherfuckers in front of me for talking bad when I was just a little girl walking around. And they call me bad names, call me a gang member, whatever. He didn't mind beating the shit out of anybody. Was he gay? Fuck yeah, he wasn't gay. Did we love him? Goddamn right we loved him. We loved him, we loved his husband, and everything that came with Uncle James, right? So we didn't have to have an acknowledgement of what Uncle James was about because Uncle James was Uncle James, right? He was good in the street, he had a job, he had his own house, 2 cars. He was a good motherfucker. He's still a good motherfucker, right? So this kind of shit now is weird because even my uncle would say 50 fucking flags is a bit much.
Right.
Right? So when old boy said we was bigots.
Nelly Fuller called it.
Yeah, when old boy said we was bigots, because I was like,
oh, you talking about Justice?
Justice.
His name is Justice.
Him
and this
Hashem.
bastard on the screen is Hashem.
Him and Hashem.
Yeah.
But they was both like that, and it was like we had bigoted ways. No, we don't. We just understand that there was a time where you didn't say any of that shit. You didn't have to. I didn't have to know that my uncle was gay. He didn't have to come out and say, "I'm gonna come out and tell you that I'm gay." No, cause I knew you was gay.
Mm-hmm.
I knew you was gay. I knew you liked to dance in the cage. I knew you liked to have fun on the weekends. But man, could you fucking look? I'm in your house all night long. We listen to Janet Jackson, Velvet Rope. Come on, man. I know, right? But
we still standing with her.
We didn't do anything. We didn't have to have this big show of events. And now it has to be a show, and then you got people like Tay hiding in their hiding their gayness, right? But they want to talk about people being gay or not being gay or us being bigots or whatever. And it's not that. It's just that first of all, black men should not have to be wearing dresses and
to elevate. And I asked them now on their program.
Yeah, like doing
I literally brought that shit up on the Jeff Farr program.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to do that. Look at.
Yeah.
I don't want to bring up Diddy, but look at
Twin
that shit.
is reminiscing on Velvet Rope.
Yeah, Velvet Rope. My Uncle James had all of Janet's records, right? And when I had my first baby, I was 18, almost 19 years old, and I had my first baby, and he was a preemie.
Yeah,
so
I wish you could have been there, Twin too.
I got to go home, and I spent my time with my Uncle James. My Uncle Gene had passed away when I was like 15, 16 years old, which was his husband. And Uncle James was like, that, like, did I say Uncle James was darker than Jesse? He was darker than Jesse, okay? But that motherfucking man loved me. He loved me. You know what I mean? And he would sit there with me, and I'd wait for him after work. We'd have meals together. Man, I rode with him around. This motherfucker was like, he loved me more than he loved my goddamn mama and my brother. You know what I mean? He loved me, and he protected me, and he kept me safe, and he educated me. He kept me in the house when I could have been out running the streets. My mama was gone. You know what I mean? So he would bring me in the house when a man has all white furniture, marble white furniture. Back in, remember them days when you had them marble lions and shit?
Yeah.
The tables for the he had a foyer. That's like a great room.
That's how Angel got it in
He had a great room. It was all white. He had a great room. He had a dining room, and then he had a kitchen, right? And he ate the kitchen. But he had a family room, like a dining room. It was all white, like white, big ass white throne chairs.
Yeah.
And marble lions underneath, and all glass and gold, right?
Yeah.
White and gold. And I had to come in the house. First of all, I came in the back way like an old slave. I like the help. I come in the back because I don't like to wear shoes, family. I've been like one of the people my whole life who don't like to wear shoes. And if Jesse don't put no goddamn shoes on my feet, I would be outside right now with no shoes. And hair all wild and shit. I've been like that since I was little. So I go in the back and into the kitchen area where it's linoleum because I never have no shoes on. And I have to go in. I literally wash my hands and feet, right? In this washroom area where the washer and dryer is, before I can step foot to go through the rest of the house because it's white carpet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Look, for real. Black people feel some kind of way about white and black, right? And back in the day, he had a white carpet, white everything where people would come in. And I was just outside fucking off, So Uncle James had rules, and you respect the rules of the house. You wash up for dinner, you do prayer, we do prayer at meals, we eating in the kitchen. At a dining room table in the kitchen. Because the great room was for motherfucking holidays and family gatherings, you know what I mean? But we're talking about Velvet Rope, and that motherfucker was gay. He was gay like a motherfucker, right? But let somebody say that to him. Well, they talking shit about the one motherfucker he loved with everything, me. He's had, my Uncle James had me since I was like brand new baby from California.
Yeah.
So to be around a solid black man, regardless if he's gay or not, for the first 2 years of my son's life, it is by himself, without my mom. Here, just me and him and a brand new baby. To see a man to know that not only was he gay, but he was loving, caring. You know what I mean? And man, nobody talks shit. That motherfucker had hands like nobody's business. He had hands like he was in the penitentiary. Hands and feet. He beat a motherfucker down there in the front yard for calling me a gang member. I was just like, don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. Yeah. But like, we knew that we didn't have to have these big elaborate shows. And when you got on the Jeff Bard show, these motherfuckers, me and Jesse thought, well, it perceived it as a black place, as a black space.
Yes.
And in reality, it was
Harlem of the West, 5 points. But my godmother, she already let me know.
Across the street, you got the blackest motherfucking barbershop across the street.
Yep, Frank's Tigers Afro
they got
style
like six
barbershop.
They got like six fucking haircuts.
Yep. That's where I got my first haircut at 3 years old.
Right, and I mean, I'm talking about the pictures are so old. You got 1 through 6. You know what I mean?
They've been on the 5 points for 55 years.
Well, you got a curl and a fro.
Yeah.
No breaks.
Oh, you talking about Mr. Puff?
I'm talking about Frank's.
Oh yeah, Frank's too.
On his. If you look at the wall, if you sit on the thing.
Oh yeah.
If you look at the wall right where he cuts hair, right? There's 6 haircuts, a fro, and a curl.
Yeah, I used to always get the number 3, the circle.
Right, and Frank over there just nodding off in his chair waiting for customers. Right, but
half circle.
So I'm telling you, like, we didn't have to have all these shows, and so now you got white motherfuckers talking about, well, they don't respect the LGBTQ plus community. That's a goddamn lie.
Right.
The thing is that we don't have to make a display of it.
Right.
We could still, like, when have you seen black people not fucking be welcoming to another motherfucker, like another.
That's what I said. We're the most tolerant people,
especially gay people. Like, that's ridiculous. That's like, these motherfuckers should slap themselves in the fucking mouth 3 times on the tray. Why? Why does it matter to us that we all know what it is? We don't have to disrespect them. They don't have to disrespect us. We go on about our business. We hug. We love each other. And that's just that. Why they gotta make it such a big fucking a big thing? And then they'll say like, you're misogynistic, and I what do they call it? They said something where I don't believe in feminism, because I said the house need a little masculinity up in there,
because you see the misogyny, which is the opposite of that.
I don't like it's not feminism to me, because when I told him, I said, look, you might as well say that the lady who's turned out, you know, they need a little masculinity up in this seat, because you won't have white men trying to run over. They could run over the sisters in the house, and that's why they can't get their shit passed. But try to run over Jesse in the house.
Oh,
and Jesse, like,
I'm gonna shut that shit all the way down. That's what they're scared of. That's why they do not want me to speak.
In this next little session, you hear how loud Jesse is.
I'm gonna shut all of that shit down.
Jesse is so fucking loud. I don't even know why they gave him a mic. I was like, I was sitting right next to him. They handed him the mic, and I was like, and what's his face trying to get you not to get the mic?
Oh, they always. That's what gatekeepers and seals do.
I said, Jesse in the house, see, he ain't gonna let them crackers run all over him.
Hell no.
Because now they already know who he is.
Right.
But that
we've been giving him hell for over 10 years.
Yeah, like his voice is so loud. Even sometimes I'll be like, I'm yelling at because like he was talking to me, it was kind of loud this morning. I was like in one of those little emotional states of mind. I was like, why are you yelling? I'm just talking to you. Why are you yelling at me? I'm just talking to you. I'm like, stop yelling. You get to take that bass out your voice. I had a moment. And he was just talking to me. The fan is so loud, I can hear him. Get ready to cuss them out because that's where it starts to get good. Jesse, they fight. Not stop. Oh my God.
And quotes of James Baldwin about fast and ideology about being part of the party and having it. Party is the one that is most prone and susceptible for that type of action. Next year is reborn.
Oh, this is after Dr. West left. They had this stupid ass panel of raccoons. These are supposed to act as our leaders. And all they are is puppets and mascots for the Democrats.
Man, look at fucking Trump frying up fries.
Oh, shit. He do love some Mickey D's.
He's so serious, too. Look. That's a real one right there.
Right. You actually see him out with the people. You don't see Kamami.
Like nah, she don't get our. He's not really getting our vote, but it is amusing that he's over there making fries right now.
Hopes and dreams on the stage. I have been very vocal.
This broad, oh my God, I could do a whole show on this broad.
Oh my God, man, she fucked up today though. She lost all her respect.
Oh yeah, and whatever ounce of respect we have for her is gone.
I heard this broad say one day in front of cameras on her black side and then her white side, and I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. I was like, I'd never say it like that. Because my black side says that, my white side. I was like, nigga, you in front of the camera. This is what you do. This is one of the cloud chasing moments.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see us because we don't. You don't see us in front of the camera.
Still justice for Jalen Walker.
Yeah, you don't see us in front of the camera because it's.
Oh, where's Anna?
Form.
Where's her girl Anna? She wasn't there.
It's bad form to take to capitalize on our people's plight.
Where's her punk ass husband at? He just wasn't in attendance. He's a blob too. Anyway, this broad is a blood or a slob.
I don't care. She what she did today.
And when Lady Che ran for city council at large in Aurora, I had reached out to her. I had to reach out to her, Candace Bailey. So she must be related to John Bailey, obviously.
Check it out, family. I got trust issues, and I'm not gonna fucking shy away from that. So I saw what they did.
Uncle.
I saw what they did with Jesse, and how they were two-faced and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I got trust issues. You know, everybody's always saying, "Well, Brandy don't let nobody help. Brandy don't let nobody help, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And look, family. I would love to let a motherfucker help me with something. Okay, I would love to let a motherfucker help me, but I can't trust them, especially with something so important, family, as our people. Okay, foundational Black Americans, Native Black Americans, whatever you want to talk, however you want to call it. And the fucking Black agenda and reparations. I cannot, in good consciousness, allow a two-faced individual, Democratic shield, whatever the fuck, help me on anything. Because not only did I watch these motherfuckers steal my work, okay, my fucking intellectual property, but they can't be trusted.
Oh, Twin is with you. Yep.
They can't be trusted. Loonies.
Yep, the Blue Mafia is a bunch of goddamn loonies.
And they can't be trusted.
The Democrats.
So everybody,
the Democrats.
I would love for somebody to help me because I would love it. Please, Lord, please. I asked Sweet Baby Black Jesus to fucking help, send some help. However, he knows that this is so important to us that we can't let this shit go in the hands of off-brands. We can't be so thirsty to get our shit passed that we put it in the hands of motherfucking off-brands that are just going to co-opt it and whiten it up and make it all inclusive.
Yep.
And again, what happens? Foundational Black Americans, Native Black Americans, the descendants of chattel slavery get kicked to the motherfucking curb. Freeman, thank you, baby. Get kicked to the motherfucking curb again and be left out and put on the bottom. And I don't give a fuck who says I'm wrong. Fucking tell me I'm wrong. Show me I'm wrong. But I refuse to put our hard work in like a crime bill, anything that we've been asking and demanding for. I fuck asking, demanding.
Yeah.
In the hands of these motherfuckers that are just gonna let these white fucking crackers just walk all over them
Mm-hmm.
and not get nothing pushed.
Because they still slaves on the
right when
the
I'm
plantation.
like, let a motherfucking little masculine motherfucking brother up in there who got a little bass, not a little bit, a lot of bass in his voice.
Mm-hmm.
That's not gonna let this shit happen. And wait till it gets to the part where it just starts going the fuck off. I'm like, whoa, why did you give him like? Because
Pussy already knew what it was. That's why he was so hesitant to pass the mic.
Dr. Melina Abdullah before she was an aim in people's home. We have done the same work with the same ideology, the same fighter spirit, the same warrior's gift. So I heard things that were said in much different ears than many people in the room because we are coming from such a colonized mind frame.
And y'all are helping with it.
Y'all are colonized.
Right.
Y'all are colonized.
colonized.
There's no colonization over here.
We're trying to get you off the plantation. You want to stay.
Y'all are colonized.
There was something in me that woke up and was reminded as to why I do what I do. I think, as a Black woman who ran in 2021 as a Democrat, I'm still a registered Democrat. That doesn't mean I don't have.
Why? They didn't support your campaign at all. They went out of their way to make sure she couldn't even run in Aurora. Similar to how they did Lady Che. And that's why I thought she would be a good resource for Lady Che to learn the politics of Aurora.
They didn't even let me get to put my signatures through. That's how much of a threat.
Because they got orders from the Denver Dems.
That's how much of a threat I feel like I am to them.
Colorado Republicans.
You got to get all these signatures.
Allow
and
you
got to turn
to
your signatures
get on the ballot.
To get on the ballot, right? And so
why are they so scared to keep you off the ballot? Because they know if you get on the freaking ballot, you're gonna freaking win. Because everybody know who the hell you is.
They would not even take my signatures in their hand. In fact, they went out their way to make sure to not answer the phone or emails.
And now that we done circumnavigated that and found a way to get onto the ballot without their approval,
right?
Without they say so, they feel threatened. So I'm going to go smooth the hell off on them here shortly. I can't wait until we get to it.
Visceral reaction to Democrats 6 days out of 7. It doesn't.
No, it ain't no 6 days out of 7, bitch. It's 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 366 in a leap year like this year. We have been consistent, and that's what they can't stand. We've been consistently against the Democratic Party for at least a decade now. I left the plantation 10 years ago.
I left, I don't know, as long as my father.
Over 10 years ago now. 11,
I don't even think I'm registered.
12 now.
They haven't sent my ballot or nothing.
No report card.
I haven't got nothing. My brother checked the mail, and I was like, did my book come? Did my ballot come? I've also said I'm going to sit on the couch. But Cornel West hasn't done anything to me yet, so to make me say I'm gonna sit on the couch. So far he's getting my vote.
I got my ballot right here, and of course my name is Martin.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful thing. They wanted to try to disrespect Jesse again about the ballot, and Jesse has to fight for fucking acknowledgement.
Yep, that's how third parties is in Colorado. The Democrats and Republicans, the duopoly, do not want to have any competition. They don't want to have the actual voice of the people representing the people's interests on the ballot. They want people that are corporatized, been compromised, hoodwinked, bamboozled. They all in cahoots with the shit. They want to stay on the plantation. We want to get you off. We're actually trying to free our people instead of keep them on the perpetual cycle to nowhere.
He's telling me, Harriet told me.
Yeah, Harriet told me she had them lemon squeezers. Oh, you was gonna go back to tell master? Well, shit, you might as well. I might as well shoot you where you stand. She was not playing.
Good, if you play so they can see you go off. Because
there was not a public lynching on me when I ran.
Oh, you think you're alone?
No, just play it.
You think you're the only one? That's what killed me. Our lives have been threatened.
Just need to smoke more weed.
Y'all think y'all the only ones? Okay, here, punk ass Hashim. He talking about the third parties aren't viable and why are we wasting our time with them? Let me see.
Here we go. Wait, so you go off.
Yep.
This is where you go off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is right before I go off. Right?
The Democratic Party or the Republican Party or the time. This is not that.
It's always the right time for justice. The hell is y'all talking about? What was it? Martin Luther King said that. Correct me if I'm wrong, twin. Then Martin Luther King said it's never a wrong time for justice. So they keep
never
saying
a bad time for justice. Look at it, play it all the way through.
And what I took away from this conversation is they don't believe in that. So I was hearing the building of a platform, the planting of seeds, the voting of values, and that.
What values? You don't have no values. You've been beyond compromise.
He's talking about what he was listening to with Cornel West. That's what he's talking about. Just keep playing.
Their answer to the question that you just posed. Now, what we do with that information is up to each individual. But I think that what can we do was addressed by what was being done by the West Abdullah ticket, in my opinion. For clarity, we have.
I didn't even say the damn name right. Abdullah. Abdullah.
Jesse, stop.
Next, this young lady right here, right next to this gentleman right here, and then this young lady for the job.
Yes, Justice Sean Paris, Southeast A candidate under the Unity Party. First of all, both parties are evil. Both parties have betrayed us. Neither one of them means us any good, especially Black people, foundation of Black Americans, citizens of American child slavery free. So we're going to tell the truth tonight in the house of the Lord. My question is, y'all talk all this stuff about third-party candidates and how they're not viable, and we shouldn't put our support behind them. But y'all are a bunch of hypocrites, if you ask me, because I ran for mayor last year as a third-party candidate and did not get the support from the free pay zone, Jeff, or any of y'all Democrats that keep talking about that third parties aren't viable and you shouldn't give them their vote. They literally concerted an effort to keep me off the ballot. Now I'm on the ballot now. So you have a chance to redeem yourself, Denver, and you can actually get a candidate that actually understands your wants and needs and is going to actually address them, unlike the Democrats and the Republicans who love to turn a blind eye to it. So my question is, since we got third-party candidates on the ballot, myself, Dr. Cornel, and Gary Swing is in here, my party is right here. So if it's not broke, don't fix it. We already have third parties. Y'all Democrats, I want to make this perfectly clear, have systematically statewide, nationally, made it beyond difficult for third-party candidates to get on the ballots. And these are the same people that are preaching to you about democracy and how we need to preserve democracy and save democracy when they don't even practice what they preach. So, both parties are hypocrites. And to sit up here and hear you try to demean Dr. West, talking about he's getting money from the Republicans, no, he's not. And just because, no, it's not. Just because you say it so, don't make it so. That's disinformation and misinformation. The same thing y'all accuse us of spreading that don't want to support Kamala Harris, that's disinformation and misinformation.
What's the question?
The question is, why are y'all not supporting third-party candidates at the local level, state level?
I'd like to take that question. So I do not run from a party perspective. I run from a perspective of what policy is about.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Wait,
you just said you was a Democrat. You said
the
Democrats didn't do nothing for your black ass, and you still a Democrat, though.
We had all the policy, remember?
We had all the policy.
Our
policy is currently running the city of Denver.
Not just that, but remember, Twin Mac when we had the mayoral campaign, we put nothing but policy up.
Mm-hmm.
And then on this time, I put nothing but policy up.
Mm-hmm.
For the House district seat,
Mm-hmm.
right? More policy than that one, Chad.
Right.
So, like, what the fuck is
that was just
so,
a
like,
taste of it.
that's just a taste. Like, my fucking brain runs 24/7. What the fuck is she talking about?
Right.
But I was like, bitch, you see how misinformed
Mm-hmm.
these motherfuckers are when they don't want to pay attention to nobody but what they like.
Yep.
Because it's a democratic motherfucking
monopoly,
business
syndicate,
or whatever.
mafia.
Syndicate. Right?
Thank you, sir.
So we said, I was like, I'm thinking to myself, policy? Like, bitch, this bitch ain't got no policies. She's just tokenizing.
Mm-hmm.
We actually got policy, like, for real, like serious policies.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is 24/7 because
I hope she did. I hope she started crying.
Why? Like, I was like, and I'm thinking to myself, this bitch talking she talked at you, cuz.
Yeah.
It's that talking at you stuff.
Yeah,
and
we already got that from her uncle or her dad.
Talking at us, like John Bailey.
Yes,
John related to him?
obviously.
Oh my god.
They're all related. Ayante, all them mothers related. All these Boule, Coons, and Denver's related.
That breeding pool is like contaminated.
Mm-hmm. That's that talented 10th that the boys was talking about, and John Bailey was talking about all weekend. Talking about this was a full display of talented 10th. Yeah, it definitely was. Of coonery and buffoonery from the Boule that passed as leaders for Denver.
No, man, like for real, like, I mean, I don't have to go over
and whether or not it follows my values. And
you don't have no values. You've already sold out. You compromised. You've already made your alliance known to the Democrats.
That's so unattractive. Go ahead.
Frankly, I don't care. Just like I said, the Christian blood, I don't care if you wear red or blue. I will give you the respect you are due, and if
you don't give respect, bitch.
Play it.
You do not align with my morals, my characters, my values, I will not vote for you, and I will not support you. And that's the bottom line for me. That does not mean for a half a second that I would not support a viable candidate.
Here we go with that viability shit.
Yeah, this is where it starts to click in, family, for me. She kept saying it, and all of a sudden the light bulb started to click in like 24/7 because my brain is right now. My brain is only on campaign mode right now,
mm-hmm.
and it's 15, 16 days. That shit's gonna be, it's gonna come to a wrap. Speaking of, we're gonna do a watch party.
Yeah.
Because Jesse's on the ballot, so we can actually have a party.
Yep.
But the thing is that, and yes, you guys are invited.
Yes.
But the thing is, I feel some kind of way. Like right now, like after playing it back, my heart started hurting again because it's like, if these motherfuckers think it's a game,
mm-hmm.
I don't think they even understand the being poor anymore.
Right. No, they don't.
You know what I mean? So
they're so detached.
Yeah, they don't understand what it's like to
they
be
didn't
poor
remember where
or
they came
hungry
from
or anything. And like,
I'll never forget it.
We still are still at that level where we can understand it. You know what
mm-hmm.
I mean? We can still feel it. You know what I mean?
Because if you're not part of the duopoly, you have no viability.
So when she said viability, it didn't click into me until after me and Jesse turned around. So finish it through. So she's going off, and then here's where you go off.
That wasn't the third party, and civic engagement clearly needs to be done in our community. I have changed 30.
Bitch threw up blood, cuz like
she did right there in front of us, cuz I was like, oh my god, and you looked at me, I looked at you, oh my god.
4 laws in the state of Colorado in the past 2 years. Let me tell you, it wasn't because I'm an elected official. It was simply because of civic engagement, sir. And so I tell you this: if you civically engage.
No, see, you're not telling me shit, bitch. And then she's gonna try to walk it back and say it wasn't directed at you. No, bitch, it was directed at me.
First of all, this is right here, family, is where you have to see The worst.
He had parents wearing red, blue, yellow, green, orange.
Oh, slobby ass bitch, you. Oh, mulatto asshole, you. We stood for you. You did not stand for us. You completely neglected the Jalen Walker family. They reached out for support from you back in 2019. You let that white broad, Anna Cornella, whatever the fuck her name is, twist the shit up, and we never got justice for him. You completely abandoned him, and I was left to carry the torch on. And you have abandoned the community. You have sold out Candace Bailey. I need to unfriend you immediately because you have made it clear where you stand with the whole situation, because we gave you a second chance and you blew it. So Trey's 3 times, it's a wrap. If you fucked up tonight or last night, this is it. This is the straw that broke the camel's back.
Well, she's talking down at him. She's talking down at him. But when she keeps saying civically engaged, it's like saying that he don't know civics, or he don't know.
I went to school.
And
I studied political science. I don't know what the fuck they talking about. I was studying politics a long time. I at the time didn't want to get involved in the shit because I already knew it was fucked off. But I figured, okay, well, instead of complaining, let me throw my hat in the ring and show how illegitimate this shit really is.
Right. It started off that way. And then I mean, like, look at me, man. Like I never wanted.
She's slobby because
I'd rather sell drugs on a fucking Sunday
broad,
than do politics, right?
A slob bitch.
But
a slob mammy coon.
I decided that I was
pick and choose when she want to be black or white.
I decided I was gonna get. See, that's that dual alliance shit too.
Mm-hmm.
That's that shit we don't like. So this is like that shit that make motherfuckers like me always have to get them questioned.
This the one. Like this the one that sabotaged the campaign because remember when the nemesis Terrence Roberts, we had that situation over there at the Park Hill Golf Course.
Yeah,
it was because of her, because she sent me the link to that slobby ass video where they was talking, and I was checking them in the chat, like, because they was promoting that bullshit ass book.
But either way, when that shit happened, it wasn't the brother's fault. It was his fault. But that motherfucker ran and called the laws like a hoe.
Yeah.
He was hiding behind skirts.
He called the cops.
Hiding behind skirts.
Talking about his gang members. Gang members are gonna show up at the forum.
Yeah, because the Crips wasn't having it. Yeah. But like that didn't even happen. He was hiding like a old hoe, calling the laws like a hoe.
Oh, scary ass nigga said he wanted to put a restraining order on me.
I was like, this motherfucker could have got the hands anytime he wants. But like,
we still waiting on him to pull up.
He still ain't did it. The one time we were waiting for him for like a whole hour, he didn't even want to show up. Oh, scary asshole!
Instead, he had that slob bitch call that you had got into it with. He had that bitch call up that day. That was him that had that bitch call up. Because remember that bitch called up around that same time when we first got together.
Oh man, so yeah, like I don't play games with bitches, so bitches get told. Especially like I have this thought process, family, that when we involved in a relationship, it's like a marriage. So and that's just the way it is. So we protect each other like
we're supposed to.
We protect each other. So I don't let bitches talk down to Jesse. You don't let men talk down to me.
I don't let niggas or bitches talk down to her.
I don't pick fights with men, so you don't have to get involved.
Nope.
And he don't pick fights with women. It just happens to be that these brides want to take up.
To see that way.
They want to take up for and protect the king, which is old Jeff Bard and shit. So instead of letting him handle his business, they want to go and jump bad and act like that. But normally, you don't fight with women. Men don't fight with women, and women don't fight with men. That's just number one. And two, I don't have no business arguing with no dude that I'm not involved with at any level. So I just try to refrain from that. However, it doesn't help that when
that was directed at all of them.
Men do fuck shit sometimes.
Everybody on that bullshit ass panel, that was directed at.
Yeah, men do fuck.
That's why I say y'all. I didn't say you, Candace. I said y'all, meaning Jeff, Hashim,
when she was talking down,
you, Vanessa, all of y'all.
yeah,
I've had dealings with y'all over the years. I already know what y'all all about. And y'all are not on the same shit we're on. Y'all not at all.
Not at all. Especially like, look, that dual alliance shit is whack. I don't, everybody knows that my mother is white, right? So it's not an issue for me. I can kick that goddamn woman out of my house and not fucking blink twice.
Right.
I don't lose any sleep over it.
Right.
Okay, the woman's a fucking villain, but that's my goddamn villain. Okay, so.
Well, she got a similar villain, and that's why she was talking about her white side.
What the thing
says
is
this, and her black side says that.
She acknowledges that mixed shit, but I don't, because I was raised in the system with plenty of black people, and black people is all I know, aside from my own family that they took me away from. So. That's all I know. That's all I don't know how to live like them people. I don't know how. And I can't. Them people referring to crackers. I don't know how to live like them. You can make me live like them. I would never know how to live like them. I would just say this though. I can't now that it's comfortable to say Native Black American. I'm using that like as a
Creole,
term, right? Or Creole, because that's just how I've always identified, like Indian or French.
Twin says you don't lip mix it though, or you saying this broad? No, that broad is mixed.
That broad is mixed. She got more features.
She has more Afro features, but like obviously her daddy's black, but her mama is white.
Right, but I'm not ashamed of the way I look. I love me. I'm not even worried about it. The problem is that dual alliance shit, it fucks people up. Like with me, like that's why I get all them stupid ass
she's acting
comments.
like a constress mammy here on this stage.
No, she's definitely a mammy form.
Trying to talk down to me, bitch. I don't know who the fuck you think you talking to, cuz.
Who the fuck is that?
Engaged. Then come speak to me.
Bitch. Simply engaged, bitch. We've been engaged for over a decade. What the fuck are you talking about?
I was like, and I just said too, it's like, simply engaged.
They always talking about you got to reach into them. I'm past that.
You can't reach into motherfucking ignorance.
Right.
And that's what they're practicing is straight ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And with me, like, look, I'm proud about how I look and how I am, man. You ain't gonna get me to not be in my full fucking blackness. Toned down for what?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not ashamed of it. I have to remind this broad a couple of times, just say black.
Right. Why are you so scared to just say black?
Just say black.
And then this bitch had the audacity to bring up Black Laws Dictionary. So what you trying to say? You a more? Like, where are you going with this? Let me let this continue because I'm going off. I did a hot mic moment and was walking off, still talking shit. Like, fuck them.
Good.
Been doing that.
And I want to say this.
Been doing
I want
that.
to say this very clearly. Division never leads to the outcomes that we're looking for. Organizing. The question that Cindy
can't organize with raccoons. Can't organize with the boule.
Baby.
asked, we must organize. We must have some strategic planning. What's sitting now, the caste system that we live in, doesn't always have to be. It takes the power of the people to do as such, but you better have a plan. You better have leadership.
We have a plan. We
definitely have leadership, man. I would follow that bitch down a dark hallway.
Right.
And I be telling Jesse this, like, you know, I say it all the time on the show, and I say it on my shit too, that I have following problems, right? I don't follow anybody, any fucking buddy. Mm-hmm. I follow Jesse over here to this, okay? Mm-hmm. And I had a real private little moment with him, like a couple of days ago, where I told him how I felt, you know, like, you know, it's good to remind him, you know, remind a motherfucker that you love him and shit, why, right? Mm-hmm. And I told him I would follow him down a dark hallway, but because I've been following him for like 4 motherfucking years. Mm-hmm. But other than that, you'll hear me. I'll be like, bitch, I won't follow you down a dark motherfucking hallway. Yeah. I won't follow you to the bathroom. I won't follow you to the motherfucking kitchen. I won't follow you to your fucking car. Bitch, you're not a leader.
Right.
You're not a leader. I'm a fucking leader.
Right.
You know what I mean? When I know exactly what's right and what's fucking wrong. And that was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And not only was it wrong, but how the fuck you gonna speak about humanity
mm-hmm.
earlier and not have no motherfucking humanity? What happened to lift your brother and sister up?
Right. Instead of tear your brother or sister down.
Right. But they don't know about that.
And try to talk at them
They
like they're 5 years old. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Which is what the Democrats do.
They don't know about that. Like, you're not supposed to be tearing down. You're supposed to let man.
Shields.
Like when that man fell, what did we do? We immediately picked him up, put him on his chair, and trade the fuck up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we picked him up. We didn't let that man just sit there and we walked around him and just he fell on the floor and fuck him. You know what I mean? We helped him up.
We helped him up.
What did I do today? I fucking walked some raggedy ass kid to go find somebody to call his mama, right? But I didn't leave him there.
Right.
I didn't leave him out there just wandering the toy aisle. You see what I'm saying? That you're supposed to lift up. You're supposed to lift each other up.
Right.
If that's what we're talking about, but it's just all hot words, like hot air words. You know what I mean?
Don't know how to civically engage, and
you mean kiss ass? But she's talking about civically engaged.
You ain't gonna get the VR Jesse to be kissing
nobody. No, we're not kissing ass.
We don't even do that to each other.
Ass. We damn sure ain't kissing y'all ass.
We don't even do it to each other. So you think we're gonna do it to some motherfucking bitch playing the okie doke? Nah, cause fuck that.
Doesn't make one of us less than the other. Stop doing that.
We just make it clear that you're a
stop
shield.
Doing that like she our mother.
You're a Democratic shield. Your whole panel is a bunch of shields, and y'all caping for Kim Mammy.
Is that Stevie Wonder playing?
She's trying to act like she's black. They put a bunch of black people around her, musicians and stuff.
In Georgia, Stevie Wonder. You can only see.
If only he could see that bitch ain't black.
No, that's what
we must come together.
No, I'm not coming together with raccoons and sellouts and turncoats.
Come on, baby, play it.
We must come together to get to
that's hypocritical.
Change. And so, civic engagement.
Already doing it. I've been speaking at city council meetings for 10 years. I've been at the state house speaking for 10 years. So I am doing civic engagement. Been doing it. So talk that to somebody that ain't doing it.
Yeah, I'm personalizing it. Because it was directed at me, you damn Skippy, I'm personalizing it. Bitch, you thought you was slick? Because we see through all that shit.
She did that. She did that. She did do that. And I was like, what? 10 years or 8 years? Man, city council, they might as well just let Jesse have the mic. Man, he's been doing it.
I'm the reason for the decorum. Me and Pops, Chairman Sekou, we're the reason why they even have a damn decorum.
That's what I said. In the House seat, that's the kind of representative you need.
Facts. Exactly, twin. Facts.
That's the kind of representative. Do you think that white motherfuckers are gonna have a way to get their shit passed with Jesse right there talking about no? He's over there. They're trying to do layups, and he's like, no, down,
block,
bitch. Down. I was like,
knocking that shit down. Don't waste your time.
My responsibility as an elected is much larger than this single opinion of one of the persons. I have a lot of folks who depend on me to make larger decisions that impact their daily lives. When we talk about rezoning, when we talk about homelessness, safety, the police, our budget, our $1.6 billion budget, I have a responsibility. And that is why.
Yeah, she can't be the only one. She was just up here talking about how she was getting death threats, and her council people, the people on the council, they was coming at her like, why are you against this? Why are you blah, 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 threatening her, intimidating her, and all this shit. Yeah, that's because y'all got Candy out. If y'all would have kept Candy in there, you would have had more help. You picked up parody.
Work with Candy, and then look, They made it all Hispanic except for two people.
This is the most Hispanics on the council ever. All Latino women, but they all white supremacists in brown face. The Pops was not lying. The faces changed, but the game remains the same. Don't matter who they put up in there at this point. If they compromise, they already been bought and sold to the duopoly, then they ain't gonna do nothing to help us at all. They're gonna do is line their pockets like they've been. They're gonna fill their coffers. Yep. That's their only concern. They don't care about your suffering. They don't care what you're going through. They just concerned about their pocketbook, and we should be concerned about ours. So if they want our goddamn vote, they're gonna have to do something tangible for us.
By the time we get up to the entrance, this is where I have my little epiphany. And
oh
I'm
yeah.
Like, Jesse has to go to the bathroom, so I'm talking to people.
Oh, budget hearings start on the 28th of October. If you're in Denver, make sure you're definitely there. And there's going to be a Black proclamation given to one of the organizations out here that actually does the work for the people. So make sure y'all there at 5 p.m. for general public comment, and then the 28th of October, next Monday.
Hey, come on now.
And so that is 50 states.
Oh, Carla was there.
Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, New Hampshire, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin. Ask yourselves, of those states that are listening, is Dr. West on the ballot? And if the answer is no, those are battlegrounds. We have to ask ourselves, is this a strategy, a viable strategy, in which we are going to elect someone?
Look, first of all, I don't even want to get into that part because I like how Dr. West could have went with the Green Party, but he chose not to.
But the Green Party's racist as fuck.
So what he did was he went through all these little states and he went and joined all these little minor parties, right? And they got him on the ballot, right, in certain states. I think it's like 17 or 18 states, right?
20.
So 17 or 18.
No, he said it was 20.
Well, I don't know. Jesse, let's look at the email. Shit.
It's 20.
Okay, but let's not argue about it. Doesn't matter.
He's on the state. He's on the ballot in 20 states, and 25 states is a write-in, and 5 states
I don't know.
don't allow write-ins.
That's not the point. The point is that he did this, so he might have made extra work for himself, right? But he did it the way he wanted to do it, because the Green Party just isn't for him. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter
what. It's not for us at all.
Oh, he went. Excuse me, family. He went and joined. He went and got on these little minor parties, right? And that's good too. He might have done. It might be extra work or whatever, but I kind of respect that. I kind of respect that extra work shit because it shows how serious he is. If it was so easy, it would have been like, like Jill Stein making it seem like with the Green Party and the Democrats and the Republicans and all this extra shit. You know what I mean? And we're asking about money and whatever. We debunked that. We debunked it. And regardless of, I was like, well, shit, motherfucker see you down and, help a motherfucker out. Apparently that's wrong. Okay, well, whatever. But at some point in time, family, the rules have got to change. It can't be so fucking hard for regular fucking folk who want to do the right thing to run for fucking office.
Right.
It shouldn't be this fucking hard.
Outside of the duopoly.
And they shouldn't be trying to change it every fucking every 4 to 8 years with the way they do ballots. Like ranked choice voting and all this extra shit. They shouldn't be trying to change it all the time. They're always trying to change the rules to suit them.
And these are the same ones that talk about voter suppression.
Right. So it's fucked up. It's hypocrisy at an all-time high.
Did you remember hearing that young man? I think you might have missed it, but there was a young man that had spoke on the last day of that damn coon summit, because that's what it was. The coon ass summit, coon boule summit. The Carl Black Roundtable put on. One of the young men said if he had $1 billion, that he would pay politicians to pass not the George Floyd Policing Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Like, are you serious, dude? Like, there are states where it is harder for us to vote, but Colorado was not one of them. Colorado makes it so easy to vote. You really have no excuse to not vote in the state of Colorado. Even if you're a felon, you can vote in the state of Colorado. Even if you're on papers, you can still vote in the state of Colorado. They put election boxes in the jails. So you really have no excuse. All we ask, if you participate, that you demand something tangible for your vote, no matter what your status is, no matter what you're going through.
That's clearly like, and that's what this Sister Abdullah was talking about. You know, I mean, we should ask for something tangible.
We got mail-in, we got in-person. You can vote all the way up to the day of the election. You can, even if you're not registered now, you can register on the same day. Make sure y'all update your registration, denvervotes.gov, vote.org. Make sure your registration is up to date. So you get your ballot and you can vote for me if you live here in the state of Colorado in House District 8. And you can also vote for Dr. West and Sister Melina Abdullah, because they're on the ballot along with RFK. RFK is still on the ballot, even though he dropped out. Randall Terry, Jill Stein, Chase Oliver, who's the Libertarian. The Libertarians is racist as hell, too. Blake Hooper, under the Approval Voting Party. And, of course, the dump and Kamala. So we got 8, and there's room for a write-in. So you really ain't got no excuse for Colorado. You have none, and you're welcome, because we made it. We put Dr. West on the ballot, so we made it a full 8. So you got 9 choices on the ballot for president in the state of Colorado. You're welcome. That's what a true democracy would look like. You look at other countries, they have 10, 15 parties. But here in the so-called land of the free, home of the brave, we only have 2 major parties. There's a serious problem there. How can only 2 parties represent the interests of 33 million, and that's not counting the illegal immigrants that have flooded the border in the past, 4 years? People, it's not possible. So let your voice be heard. You can do it through your vote, and you can send a clear message to the duopoly that enough is enough.
Or
in
you
the
can
great
hold your
words.
vote too.
And you can hold your vote as well.
Because they sure as fuck haven't discussed reparations, either red or blue. So, and I don't give a fuck what she's talking about. She's not talking about reparations. So.
No. They're trying to remix reparations, so we got to keep straightening them out on what the hell reparations is. We're talking about lineage-based cash payments.
Yeah, so we still with hold your vote, sit it out. The only reason we choose Cornel West, because like I said, he hasn't really done anything to me. They really has neglected my vote. Where I don't want to vote for him.
Right.
But however, I'm always with that couch option, and we'll see what happens. Just play the rest of these lips. What time is it?
So 3 o'clock. 15 minutes.
You're welcome. I know. It's Democrat babble.
They just came over here to
Yeah.
representation.
Yes.
So that's Cynthia. She's also on the ballot. She's running for what age? CD3? Yeah, she's running for CD3.
Yeah, right.
Under the Unity Party. So she's the only one that came out to basically console us or check up on us, see how we doing. Because I was irate. I was heated, y'all.
Operatives. They're Democratic operatives. That's why I called them out from the very beginning. I was calling them out. If everybody has the right to pass their vote where it was concerned, then why is it a concerted effort to keep third-party candidates off the ballot?
No, I bring them inside here. To compare to the Cornel. This is
Come on, Kyle. The thing about this, let me tell you about this people. So like, look, check it out. Alright, so that went well. Yeah, we had to leave. Because somebody like Candace Bailey says that we're not civically engaged, or we don't know civics, basically. That's just one of those people that sign off to study, type people. And that's just.
It's a mess. It's a mess. 131, I'm a no. On 131, yes, I'm no. I forgot I'm in church. I'm ready to add a scripture on that. But I would definitely no on 131 and on 80 as well. Oh, God, how do we do it? Like, you could just.
Yeah, so anyway, back to what I was saying. There's just certain people who sign off on studies and shit. So when it comes to certain things, the reason we left is because A, he's already upset, but B, the same people that are on that stage are the same people that've been dogging him for like 3 years.
The research department is complete bullshit. I hear his motherfucking ass talking shit after we left. That's straight up. He's talking about you attacked our research department. Fuck your research department.
Who said that?
Hashim, that's what he was just saying while you had the camera.
I don't want to listen to that motherfucker. I left. So when that part says he's not civically engaged, she's not civically engaged. These are people that only show up for cameras. This is not like how he does it every Monday, where he's civically, at city council, where he sits on 5 boards, where he's actually doing the work, where he doesn't pretend he's not fronting, he's serious. And so right now they're having like a mock little thing. It's like embarrassing. Well, that's because we're speaking the truth. When you got a whole room against you, yeah, it's gonna look a certain way. When she wants to try to check somebody, there's nobody to check nobody. Just because she's sitting on a panel, she got the mic. That's all. That's all that is about. Why does he have to go? Why do we have to go? Because we should go.
That's that shit we don't like, black and brown. The fuck out of here.
We should go. Because it's trash. We shouldn't have stayed in the first place. I knew it was gonna be like, I knew it was gonna go bad. The other thing is that she's out of stop checking somebody. What she did was wrong. What viable means is where the money's behind, what the money is behind. That's what viable means to them. When they keep saying somebody's not a viable candidate, it's because the money's not behind it. That's all that means. So they're following the money. They're about the money. This is just typical Democratic shit. That's what viable means. Viable means when they're using it is who's the money getting behind. And that was what makes a viable candidate to those people out there. You know what I mean? No. Hi. How you doing? Yeah, so. Me and Jesse gonna go
You did a good job. I would never vote for him to be the Secretary of the State for many reasons. First of all, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. And that right there is what caused us from not being on the ballot last time. Is because somebody else was running shit and deciding that they was gonna get involved on things. You know. Let's go, cuz. We'll take that question and then give you each a wrap up. Jesse, take your phone.
But definitely go down ballot. That's always the most important. And I don't know who can see this. I saw the young here and I thought his stuff was yes on me. So I ripped it up.
Yeah, thanks for tapping in, y'all. I'm in this live. We definitely gonna go over this on Frontline Black News. We'll see y'all later. About 4 or 5 hours. Peace. Yes, that's how it ended.
Yeah, family. It's like arguing with children,
Mm-hmm.
and they want to act like we're in the wrong, but in reality, I don't really think we were in the wrong. I think you're in a room full of fucking demons.
Mm-hmm. In that so-called house of the Lord.
In a
the
room
Black
full
house.
in a fucking black demon house.
Mm-hmm. The Black Demon House.
You know, with them, they're obviously gonna link up and unify against two motherfuckers that are speaking on truth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yes, God damn it, we're mad. Yes, we feel some kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Jesse's upset still. And they want to use it like an emotional way. Look, you would feel some kind of way if you put yourselves in our shoes,
right,
and then looked at it from this perspective.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't take a motherfucking brain scientist to really look at it from a black perspective. There's somebody that works motherfucking hard, works hard every week to do the work of the fucking people with no gratitude, no fucking nothing, only to get disrespected by some fucking bourgeoisie types, you know, that don't have their own people's best interest at heart. That's the thing. It's like we're fighting an uphill battle where we have our people's interest in mind, meaning I don't want to see our fucking people starving on the street.
Right.
I don't want to see our people sleeping in cars.
Right.
I don't want to see our people in fucking jail no more.
Right.
I don't want to see people getting no fucking health care.
Right.
Or they're used as motherfucking tropes for fucking political fucking discord. I don't want to see that no more. I don't want to see it. I want to see motherfuckers being able to pay their way if they want to. I want to see motherfuckers be able to get a job wherever they want. You know what I mean? To go to school, to fucking clean up, to fucking eat a meal. You know what I mean? Without being fucking looked at or told no. You know what I mean?
We always gotta wait. Hurry up and wait.
Fucking wait. You know, and
now's not the time. Hurry up and wait.
These motherfuckers get these pretty black
now's not the time for a slave rebellion.
They said now isn't the time. They said now. I said, well, when is the time? Like me and Jess were talking about when is the time. The political climate is saying now is the time. But are they that fucking dense to not see what's happening that you gonna stand right here? Like I'm watching the news and captions, right? And I'm watching the Trump and Kamala thing, and I'm like, this bitch is pandering. Clear pandering. Do you see her pandering to her people?
Nope.
No. Is she pandering to anybody, any other race?
Nope.
No. She's pandering to us. Us. And what are they doing? These bootlicking motherfuckers are trying to convince folk to go along with the get along.
Yeah.
And look, she doesn't have no policy, family.
No.
Okay, whatever policy she's having, first of all, she's using the wrong shit, like opportunities and all this shit. We're in the land of opportunity as it is. That's been said since I'm 44 years old. That's all I knew is we're in the land of
off the backs of our
opportunity.
ancestors.
Right?
Opportunity comes off the backs of our ancestors.
We're talking about
all these rights they talking about.
process.
We need to save Project 2025 supposed to take away. Those were
They was
fought
fear-mongering.
by our black ancestors, our black indigenous ancestors. We fought to be humans. You have whole pictures and video of us in the 60s wearing "I am a man, I am a human" signs and all of that. We had to bring moral compass to this occupation, because that's what it is, of our ancient indigenous lands. So we can never lose sight of any of that, black family. And,
we can't lose sight. Not only that, family, but just look at it this way, okay? If you ever in your life want to run for public office, and if you're not a fucking Democrat or a Republican, it's gonna be difficult. And you're seeing it firsthand, not once, not twice, but 3 fucking times. And
from the Democratic Party, the same party that we was taught as kids was the party for us, and they was gonna look out for us, and they was gonna do for poor people and working class people and underclass people and black people. We can clearly see after 60 years they don't give a shit about us. They've been corporatized, they've been compromised, and they're not for us. So why are we still on this plantation?
I'm not.
But still, they say, 80-90% of us still vote Democrat.
And that's the sad thing. We saw some pictures, we saw some shit on the news where people are already standing in line voting. And I'm like, black people, no! You know? But it's like, look, can't lead you to the fucking water of your own liberation. No, go ahead, baby. We can't lead you to the water of your own liberation. You either want to fucking breathe and you want to be free, or you want to be fucking under master's hands.
And these must have made their
are content with living under the guise of master.
Mm-hmm. They just the newest house niggas on the plantation. The master is promoting.
I will lay down, family. Peace out. Stay black, obviously. Stay dangerous.
Yeah, I might have to end it out because we do have another busy day ahead of us. So appreciate y'all tapping in.
Tomorrow's
Make sure y'all
Monday,
like
and
to
you gotta
subscribe
go
to
do
all of
a
our
civic
platforms. We was definitely gonna go in on the K-Hype some more, so we will get to that on part 3. So the topics we didn't get to are, I got to get to this one. I definitely got to do this one before we close out. Has the untethering of black leadership begun? Yes, it has, and it's about goddamn time, because I would say about 40% of the people that was in attendance there were fucking tethers, through and through.
Fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. There's been a lot of changes that have been happening in the political landscape, some of them more subtle, but a lot of them very overt. But the biggest change that's taken place happens to be that you got black Americans who are actually demanding to be in charge of their own political affairs and not have individuals who are pushed in front of them by the dominant society who we're told we have to choose from. Undoubtedly, the greatest sign of this seismic shift among the black electorate happens to be the fact that Barack Obama is getting taken to task, not by the white media, they love this guy, they invented this guy, but by black voters themselves, who are making it very clear that no, the Hillary Clinton defeat of 2016 wasn't some fluke. It was a direct response of the black electorate to 8 years of a do-nothing, nobody president who wasn't looking out for anyone except for himself. That's what the 2016 election was about. And the way that things are going, looks like we're primed to have a repeat of it this year.
Yep.
But what this says to us happens to be, this is the result of having a whole bunch of tethers who are in positions they shouldn't be in, like Barack Obama, the king of the tethers, Kamala Harris, who is fighting to be the queen, and Stephen Horsford. He's the current head of the Congressional Black Caucus. He himself is an immigrant. Go back on this YouTube channel into the archives, and you'll see where I listed the members of the CBC who are new to the U.S. or at most first-generation immigrants. And this Horsford character, he's been going hard in the paint to legalize any and everyone, regardless of whether they're illegal aliens or not. As far as he's concerned, there's no room for black empowerment, but there's going to be a lot of room for immigrant empowerment. Some of the Democratic shills are getting desperate, though, since they know that the black media is all about cutting through the rhetoric and talking points and finding out what the truth is. So when Kamala was presenting her so-called plan for black men, the first thing we did was point out how adamantly she declared that she won't do anything that only benefits black people. So that told us right off the bat her plan for black men had to be a fraud, because if there's one thing we know about Kamala Harris, about the only truthful thing she's ever said is she's not going to do anything for black people. So the plan was clearly a lift all boats fraud. That's what her plan for black men is. The same Democrat platform of policies that are going to be open to and hence benefiting everyone, and by doing so maintain the racial wealth gap. Kamala is just putting the phrase black men in the title as her cynical ploy to see if anyone would be dumb enough to believe her this time. The shills and plants, though, they've been claiming that this isn't true, that she's going to be doing things just for black men, and that's why we got to turn out before she even actually does them. Well, let's look at the Harris campaign platform, and let's see if that's true. When you go to Kamala Harris's current presidential website, they've got an 82-page digital book that details Kamala's plans for America. And on page 51 of the PDF file, it talks about her plan to grow all small businesses in America. And it says that she plans to implement what she calls a small business expansion fund, which would give entrepreneurs low and zero interest loans. Yeah, that sounds a lot like that $1,025,000 loans to black entrepreneurs and others that she was talking about on her website. Remember that phrase, black entrepreneurs and others? Well, now you know who the others are. Everybody in America who's not black. That way, the racial wealth gap has to be maintained at all costs. So for those of you shills and plants who are trying to tell us that Kamala Harris's proposal for $1,025,000 loans to black entrepreneurs, that was some sort of new idea, no, it wasn't. It's just simply her giving a small bit of more detail to her small business expansion fund idea, which isn't much of an idea at all. I mean, she was telling everyone from the jump what the scam was. Now, another point that she was talking about was she said that she would support a regulatory framework for cryptocurrencies and other digital assets. Remember that phrase, other digital assets. So when black men invest, these assets are protected. Now, when you look at Harris's 82-page outline plan for America, it says that she will, quote, encourage innovative technologies like AI and digital assets while protecting our consumers and investors. So there's that phrase, digital assets again. She doesn't say crypto in this entire 82-page document. Notice that? That's deliberate. It's because the government's not exactly trying to prop up what's seen as a rival currency to the dollar, especially one whose entire branding is that it's unregulated. And yet in Kamala's website campaign book, it says that she will encourage digital assets while protecting consumers. So what that shows you is her whole idea about how she was going to be protecting black men's digital assets. This is just the same thing that she says she's going to do for everyone. Now, I'm not going to give a point-by-point breakdown about how all of those 5 or so points for black men that she had in her so-called plan are nothing more than a slight rewording of the general policies that she's got on her website altogether. I think the point is made. What Harris was feebly trying to present as being a well-thought-out proposal of bold, innovative ideas meant to empower black men is just Kamala Harris's basic plan, one that already existed long before her current black voter crisis. She's just taking the basic policies from her website, inserting the phrase black men at the front of each one of them, and then waiting to see who will be gullible enough to actually think she's being sincere. So no matter what the shills, the plants, or these white media bootlicks may try to tell you, when Kamala Harris said she's not going to do anything that only benefits black people, that's exactly what she meant. Meanwhile, she's making sure to take care of everybody else by doing things that only benefit them. The U.S. has a ton of programs and money ready and waiting for immigrants to the U.S., legal or not. Things that black Americans have never had access to. This is how white supremacy engineers the leapfrogging of all these other groups over black Americans. As soon as they show up here, by whatever means, they immediately get housing on the government's dime, money for education, and all of it based on being immigrants. That's the qualification. And these immigrants, after having gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars in free U.S. money just handed to them, they turn to Black Americans and say that fiction about how they came to the U.S. with no money and why they worked for an education and to start a business. All they actually did was fill out some forms. In many cases, you got these government bureaucrats who fill out the forms for them. Regardless, the rest is done for them by the system. To be a tether is to also be a coward, which is why Barack Obama is half white, and yet he has not and would never go up to white voters, Republican, Democrat, or otherwise, and wag his finger at them like he did at black men. He would never do that because he's a coward. It's easy to wag your finger at the most powerless segment of the society, especially when you've already decided to do the mental math that these people don't make big donations to your campaigns anyway, so apparently they can't hurt you because only money matters in a campaign, right? Problem with that line of thinking is dollars can't vote. So your millionaire and billionaire friends, they only got one vote like everybody else. Their fortunes don't equate to 1 billion votes. Never have, never will. Right. And Kamala Harris's benign neglect of the Black community is coming back to bite her hard. She made sure that there was an Asian hate crime law passed while she's been in office for the last 4 years. Meanwhile, Black Americans are the majority of hate crimes victims, and she's done nothing for us, hasn't even proposed an anti-Black hate crime law. It's not in her plan for Black men. It's not in her basic do-nothing plan for America. But then again, that's what she said. It's the only truthful thing she ever said. She wasn't going to do anything that only benefits Black people. How did we get to this point? Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, show me a group's strongest trait, and on the flip side, I'll show you their weakest. Our greatest strength is that we survived the most brutal regime of racial oppression in human history. Nothing else even comes close to what we've endured. We, a small, brutally oppressed minority, managed to do what entire nations of Black people in Africa and the Caribbean couldn't do, except for Haiti briefly. We survived by becoming united. We pioneered a definition of Black, one that crossed all pre-existing lines. It didn't matter where your folks came from. It didn't matter what you believed. What mattered was we were all being oppressed by the same enemy. So we had to forge a new identity based on what we have in common. And that was so powerful. That is the crucial element that's been missing outside the U.S., be it in the Caribbean or be it in Africa. Over in those places, you still got people trying to be tribalized, trying to claim that their little group or their little enclave is better than everyone else, even at this late date. We, on the other hand, welcome and supported all Black people, whether they were from here or from abroad. As long as you're Black, that's what matters because that's the tie that binds. That's what made our rise possible. However, there was a huge downside to the all-encompassing definition of Black that we had pioneered. And that downside is the same unconditional acceptance and support that we gave to one another, the tethers would be able to exploit when they showed up. And because we did not oppose them, we set the stage for white power to put these bootlicks in high position, even in organizations that we're supposed to be running. We managed to establish a real loyalty system here. But the problem was that we assumed everyone was loyal to fighting white supremacy just because we were. And what we found out is that's not true at all. So what comes now is that we have to start decoupling ourselves from these tethers. The practice of making sure that real benefits accrue to our lineage will begin with us. That being the case, people should be wearing their lineage on their sleeve, literally if necessary. Now, of course, you're going to be having the individuals who have been eating off of white supremacy, placing them in positions over us, saying that we're being divisive. The reality is they were the ones who are being divisive. Right. We're just making it official. Exactly. The first benefit that is supposed to accrue to the lineage is being able to speak for your group and speak accurately to your group's interests. Thinking and acting for ourselves starts by choosing our own representatives. That's part of what we've been getting wrong. We got the entire voting process backwards. Yep. The way they're supposed to work is you're supposed to choose who the candidate is for yourself based on whether or not you found people who are willing to stand up for what's in your interest. Right. From there, you go ahead and make sure that they get on the ballot. Then the final step is to vote. We've had it backwards. We've been voting first, them trying to figure out who the hell do we let get elected into office. And then we waste years trying to beg them, coerce them, plead with them, shame them, whatever, to do what they said they were going to do, or rather what they misled us and alluded that they would do, because they never actually say it. Just look at the examples that I cited for you earlier about how Kamala Harris's so-called plan for black men is nothing more than a pathetic rewording of her general plan for all of America. That's how these guys operate. They'll actually have the gall to say, why, this is a plan for black people, don't you know? And then they'll sit back and wait to see if you let your imagination fill in the gaps, because that's what happens when people get conned. The con man basically lets the mark con themselves. We've had enough of playing the fool for anyone, or for letting anybody bring fools amongst us. Some of us are slowly but surely starting to figure it out. It's like having a boat tied to a dock. If you want to be free to chart your own course, then you got no choice but to cut the tether loose. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Darnell Henderson, Jacques Hargett, Kenneth Johnson, Mark Stroud, and Sean. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
With delicious pre-seasoned seafood and meat from Aldi, you get more tenderness and more flavor. What you don't get is overcharged for it.
Commercial. So Kamami had the audacity to do a rally at a church, and the next clip is about that.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that's the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What it does, that helps make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get their notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button, as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button, so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends to inform them on this news and information. And yes, that does help to give me a slight boost in the YouTube algorithm as well. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to speak about, once again, like always, Kamala Harris, because a very interesting video clip came out from her recent rally, in which essentially she confirmed to us in that rally that her little testimony that she gave here at this church, a few days ago, is just simply something that you have to take with a grain of salt. Quite possibly just simply a lie, as I suspect it to be, as she sat up here discussing and talking about how she remembers being in this alleged black church where she learned the word of God from the book of Galatians, I believe she said. I'm going to play it right now. And then after I get done playing this, I'm going to play a follow-up clip from a woman giving her testimony that attended a recent Trump rally and then a Kamala Harris rally, where when someone yelled out Jesus is Lord, well, Kamala Harris had something else to say about that. Okay, she had a little something to say about Jesus being Lord. But first, let's get into this clip right here. I want to get into this. Let's play this first.
So I first encountered the words of Galatians as a young girl at 23rd Avenue Church of God in Oakland, California, which is where I sang in the children's choir.
I personally don't believe her, but carry on.
And first learned the teachings of the Bible. My earliest memories of those teachings are about a loving God. So I first encountered the words of Galatians as a young girl at 23rd Avenue Church of God in Oakland, California, which is where I sang in the children's choir, and first learned the teachings of the Bible. My earliest memories of those teachings are about a loving God. A God who asks us to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, to defend the rights of the poor and the needy. And so at an early age, I learned that faith is a verb.
I don't know what she's talking about anymore, but does anybody even believe what she's saying?
No.
First off, what God is she talking about?
Right.
Because she's definitely, I don't know, is she talking about the God of this world, Satan? Is she talking about the three main Hindu gods? I believe they're Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, right? Those are the gods of her culture as being a biracial Indian woman. What is she talking about? Because she can't be talking about Jesus Christ, even though she's in a church, and you're going to see why I say that in a moment. She clearly can't be talking about Jesus Christ, because I want you to hear what she had to say now in her recent rally when someone yelled out, Jesus is God, Lord. And let's take a listen to what Kamala Harris had to say.
So a few weeks ago, I attended the Trump rally here in my town. Before I dive into what I'm about to share, here's a peek at that. Well, today I found out that Kamala Harris was coming to my town, so I decided to go. I wanted to see the differences. Notably, I had to show my ID to get in to see her. But anyway, I was making a video.
Don't let that go over your head, what she just stated. Please don't let that go over your head. How she said, notably, I needed an ID to get in. And why would you need an ID to get in? These are the same people that said that it's, racist, right, and xenophobic to ask for an ID to vote. If everybody needs an ID to vote, just same way you need an ID to buy alcohol if you're of age, there's nothing essentially inherently wrong with that. There's nothing racist about it. There's nothing xenophobic about it, right? That's something that's going to negatively impact poor communities. And everyone has an ID. The Democrats are so against voter IDs, yet at the same time, they wanted an ID to get into the Harris rally. The contradiction there is out of this world, but carry on.
ID to get in to see her. But anyway, I was making a video talking actually about how sad I was that the loudest cheering at the rather small event came in support of abortion. When I panned over to the crowd and to her speaking, and I caught something I wasn't expecting. Check it out. Not a lot of energy here, but everyone just cheered and screamed for babies. So that was disappointing. Anyway, here she is. Did you hear that? Some guy in the crowd shouted, Jesus is Lord. And Kamala said, I think you're at the wrong rally. And then she said, try the smaller one down the street. Everyone laughed and laughed and cheered. But I was at that rally. There were almost 7,000 people at it. Today they said there were 2,500. Nobody waiting. Open spaces. I wanted everyone who's a believer to hear that for themselves.
Again, we're not going to be gaslighted on this. We remember Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did as he intended. Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally. No, I think you meant to go to the smaller one down the street.
If you've been getting scam texts like these, it was me. I said that probably means your date has been leaked, and I have all of it.
With the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did as he intended. Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally. No, I think you meant to go to the smaller one down the street.
Do you see that smug look on her face as she looks over at them and goes, come on, but what do you mean? I thought that you were just sitting up here literally a few days ago telling us about how you learned about the Lord from the book of Galatians when you used to sing in the choir of this, mythical black church that apparently you grew up in, right? Or at least, maybe you might have attended a service or two before you moved to Canada when you're about 10 years old and lived out the rest of your childhood, But I just wanted to highlight once again just the extreme contradictions, just the extreme flip-flopping, and just the outright disrespectful lies. How do you sit at the pulpit of a church and literally just lie? Lie about your faith, lie about what you believe in. But then again, at the same time, can we really say that she lied? Because she never made mention of Jesus. She's talked about God, but you can be saying and meaning anything when you say God. I don't know who and what you're talking about when you say God. So once again, are you talking about the God of this world, Satan? Are you talking about the Hindu gods of your culture? The three main ones being the Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva? What God are you talking about? I don't know what she's talking about, right? Even in the Bible, if I remember correctly, Jesus said that even the demons can recite scripture. So just you sitting up here at a church talking about how you learned about the word of God in Galatians, I mean, you can recite scripture all you want. That doesn't really mean anything. And she proved that point at the rally. Somebody stood up there and said, Jesus is Lord. And she turned around and said, oh, you're at the wrong place. We worship demons over here. You're at the wrong place. Come on. And with all that being said, man, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And also don't forget.
That's what she basically pulled. So I don't know if y'all seen it, but she got destroyed on Fox News. She was avoiding the whole debate between the dump and her on Fox News. So she met with Bear and she crashed and burned just like we expected her to.
He gave her that work. That book gave her that work.
What's up? It's Mary Morgan. For the best show in pop culture news, watch Pop Culture.
Frankly, exhausted of Brett.
More than
People are
70% of people
exhausted.
tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button because that's the most important thing you can do on this channel. What it does, that helps make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get the notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends to inform them on this news and information. And yes, that does help to give me a slight boost in the YouTube algorithm as well. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And we have to talk about Kamala Harris's disastrous Fox News interview, where coming towards the end of the interview, she just completely exploded, lost it, elevated her voice significantly. She wasn't screaming, but she was definitely upset, to say the very least. She gets very uncomfortable when she's just not allowed to spew her talking points about how she grew up in the middle class over and over and over again. And I want to give the interviewer Brett that much credit, or I want to give him credit for setting the tone early in this interview within the first 2 minutes, where when he would ask Kamala Harris a question, He can sense that she was headed straight into her usual script that she normally goes into, and he would immediately interject, not allowing that to happen. He did it about twice in a 2-minute period, and like I said, that was very necessary to set the tone, because it's unfair to him and it's unfair to the viewers to have our time wasted where you're going to give these interviews and all you're going to do is tell us about how you grew up in the middle class and your mom saved up money so that she could buy her first home. We know that already, and we don't want to hear that anymore. Tell us something new. Tell us something that is genuinely from you. And the more and more she got into her genuine self, the more and more she got agitated and upset, because that's not what she wants to do. Now, what I want to highlight first is a moment that I thought was very interesting and very important, very early on. I believe this was, one of the first questions, actually. They spent about 10 minutes on the migrant crisis alone within this 26-minute interview. But let's listen to this here, because I want to highlight on what was stated at the end of this clip. So let's jump into this right now.
When you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So, looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the Chips and Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the... Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please?
Now, let's discuss that very quickly. And no, you may not finish responding, because, understand, when they're talking about Democrats, Kamala Harris, are talking about the immigration system was broken, they're talking about is broken from the standpoint of illegal immigrants won't get mass amnesty. There's not going to be a mass amnesty citizenship for all bill. And that's what they wanted to put in place, if you let her tell it, and by her words, within hours of being sworn into the Oval Office. Let's really highlight this for a moment. And this right here is the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. Biden and Harris gets in office. They put a moratorium on all deportations, effectively stopping all deportations of illegal immigrants. They repeal and throw in the trash Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico, and put in place their policy catch and release, which is essentially the complete opposite of Remain in Mexico, which is Remain in the United States, which then created now the migrant crisis, with those three key pieces of legislation either being added or removed. Now, after this, they immediately move to implement this law and move it through Congress. The U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. The U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021 was a legislative bill that was proposed by President Joe Biden on his first day in office. It was formally introduced in the House by Representative Linda Sanchez. It died with the ending of the 117th Congress. The bill would have made sweeping changes across the border to the United States immigration, visa, and border control system, including reversal of congressional probation of many of the immigration-related executive actions of former President Donald Trump, providing a path to legal residence and eventual citizenship for as many as 11 million undocumented immigrants in the United States, as well as current DACA and temporary protected status beneficiaries, essential workers, and non-immigration status. Essential workers on non-immigration status and agricultural laborers, recreating the V-Visa program to allow families to await immigrant visa approval together in the U.S. ending country-specific visa annual maximums, granting immediate relative status to spouses and children of green card holders, and other changes. By and large, citizenship for all. They literally created the migrant crisis and at the same time attempted to implement citizenship for all. This was part of the plan from the very beginning, and this is literally what they all did on day one. Don't ever let anyone fool you into thinking or believing that the migrant crisis is Donald Trump's fault, even though he wasn't in office, which is completely ridiculous and stupid. It's all Harris and Biden's fault because they are the ones who created it. Now, I want to get into this portion next that I found very interesting. Kamala Harris continued to highlight how she's just going to follow the law. And I found that interesting because you're the vice president who's now running to be president. What do you mean I'm just going to follow the law when she's being asked a series of questions? Let's get into that right now, and then we'll elaborate on that more.
Prop 131 makes your vote matter in every election. It creates an open primary where you choose the best candidate rather than being forced to choose a party. The top 4 candidates advance to the November election, giving you real choices. Candidates must win majority support, ensuring they respond to all voters, not just the political insiders. More choices, better elections. Vote yes on 131. Paid for by Yes on 131, Owen Clough, registered agent.
There's a lot of people that look back at what you said in 2019 when you first ran for president. And there have been changes, and you've talked about some of them. When it comes to immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's license, to qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
This is a time when voters, especially here in Pennsylvania, are inundated with commercials and ads. They just want it to stop because it's every commercial. But many of them add noise, but a few of them seem to break through. This particular one from the Trump campaign has gotten a lot of attention.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery. For prisoners. For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Are you still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law, and it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report, that under Donald Trump's administration, these surgeries were available on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing, stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition surgeries
you know what? You got to take responsible for what happened in your administration.
And no surgeries happened in his presidency.
It's in black and white.
Would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment
I will
surgeries?
follow the law, just as I think Donald Trump would say he did.
You would have a say as president.
I will follow the law. First off, I found it very comical that she would say, well, and very smug, well, you have to take responsibility for what happened while you were president. Look who's talking. Look who's not taking responsibility for anything that happened while they were in the White House, which is Harris and Biden. But secondly, as Brett stated, she keeps saying, I'm just going to follow the law. And he goes, well, as president, you would have a say in that. You're being asked these questions because we want to know whether or not you're going to further strengthen these laws, whether or not you're going to remove these laws off the books. That's the purpose of asking you whether or not you support them. I'm not asking you whether or not you still hold certain truths to be true for you to tell me, well, I'm just going to follow the law. Do you support X, Y, and Z bill? Do you support this action? Well, I'm just going to follow the law. Well, if you as vice president, who then wants to be president, is just going to follow the law, then who's actually running the country? Who's running the country? Because as the president of the United States, you're the one who creates the law or can remove the laws, as you did concerning Donald Trump border control bills. You can create laws and or repeal and throw away laws, particularly with the help and assistance of Congress, right? Because the overwhelming majority of bills and laws cannot just be done by executive order, as we all know. The majority of bills and laws, when they pass or get repealed, it has to go through Congress. But as the president and vice president of the United States, you clearly have a say-so, as well as veto power. So I find it very odd, once again, that she keeps defaulting to, I'm just going to follow the law. If you're just going to follow the law like an NPC, then once again, who is really in control? And when you become president, who will be in control? Truly in control, if you get elected in. I think that that's something that people need to pay attention to. When you have this Manchurian candidate within Kamala Harris, who keeps looking into the camera like a machine saying, I will follow the law. I will just follow the law. Find that very odd and find that very interesting. Now, what I want to do here in closing is that I want to transition over to when she really blew up. There was a point here in this conversation when she really blew up coming towards the end of the interview. And once again, you can expect this to happen when you can't get your typical script off the ground that you would like to normally recite. Like I stated, she wasn't able, I think even one time in this interview, to say that she grew up in the middle class. She wasn't able to get it off. And when she's not able to get it off, her true self comes out. The anger comes out. The woman who had a revolving door of staff members while she was vice president, of people who would constantly quit and leave her staff to go do God knows what else, because anything is better than working for Kamala Harris. Let's get into this clip right here in closing.
Gourmet charcuterie. Everyday low prices. It's an Aldi thing.
Talks about an enemy within.
Let me rewind it back just a little bit.
He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
Donald Trump has never said anything about turning the the U.S. Army on the American people for having a difference of political opinion. He's never said anything like that. She's getting into bloodbath talk. She's getting into there were good people on both sides talk, to which we all know that these statements were taken out of context and were complete lies. This is what she's doing right now. Now let's listen to Donald Trump actually answer to that question that they're referencing to right now.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. No, but think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
Well, he was asked about that specific...
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to you.
That was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest. He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the president of the United States, in the United States of America, should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it. And this is what is at stake, which is why you have someone like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying what Mark Milley has said about Donald Trump being a threat to the United States of America.
Isn't it funny listening to her say that he can't handle criticism, yet she is the one who's yelling and elevating her voice while trying to articulate to us once again how Donald Trump is apparently going to be some dictator who now, this is a new one, I haven't heard this one yet, now he wants to turn the American army, the U.S. Army, on the citizen population if they politically disagree with them. That weaponizing the justice system talk. You know, the same thing that we watch Harris and Biden do over and over again, not just to Donald Trump, but to RFK Jr. as well. You know how, like, when Mark Zuckerberg came out and admitted to the fact that the Biden administration pressured him and pushed him into labeling people's posts on Facebook as misinformation, even though it wasn't misinformation. It's so funny and it's so interesting how, once again, in closing, everything that they claim Donald Trump is going to do if he gets in office, they are currently doing now. Literally everything that they speak on his name is projection, because that is what they are doing. And you keep that in mind the closer we get to November 5th. With all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram and Rumble. It is extremely important that you do that. Please follow me on Telegram and Rumble at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram and Rumble will be in the description box below, as well as pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
So MSNBC, otherwise known as MSDNC, has a full mental breakdown about Kamala's failed Fox.
Should never again stand behind the
tweet, or a funny X, I guess you'd call it nowadays, where somebody posted this video. And I just wanted to play this for you all real quick. I remember, if I remember correctly, the caption read, "Oh man, it looks like Brett Baier took Kamala Harris's joy," because, you know, she was running a campaign on joy and good vibes and all that kind of stuff, right? So let's just see to what degree Brett Baier took Kamala Harris's joy, because she appears pretty angry in this clip that we're going to see right now.
should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again.
She looked mad and bitter. Look at her face. Oh, she's mad. That Fox News interview did not go well, did it?
Never again. Never again.
That's dictator talk right there. I'm kind of nervous. That's dictator talk. But like I said, man, it's been very interesting and funny to watch MSNBC in full-blown meltdown right now. Very salty. They're very salty over the way in which the interview went, and are operating in a very delusional fashion, because they're trying to pretend as if the interview went well when it clearly didn't, right? One of the things that I see that they're doing over and over again, I'm going to pull it up in this clip right now, is where you're going to hear number one, and like I said, it's very interesting. They keep saying, or you're going to hear this host continue to say, that people are just simply seeing and hearing what they want to see and hear. And if you were to watch the entirety of this clip, to which we're only going to watch 30 seconds of, though, throughout the entirety of that clip, they kept giving Kamala Harris these like participation trophies, right? They're just happy that she went to a hostile environment and apparently held her own against someone who's working for Donald Trump, Brett Baier, to which that's not true. And I'm actually going to prove that at the end of this video, because Brett Baier has been catching a lot of flack. A lot of people are saying that he apparently mistreated Kamala, and he interviewed her in a fashion that he would have never done Donald Trump. And that just simply isn't true. And I have the clips to show that, because he has actually interviewed Trump before, and he didn't take it easy on Trump. But I want to I want to focus back in right now, though, on this particular clip here. Listen to what they're saying as it concerns people like you and me are apparently seeing just whatever it is that we want to see. And we're operating in delusion and not reality.
Let's talk about this interview because people are going to see whatever they want to see out of it. But what she showed is that she's capable and she's unafraid. Victoria, let's first talk about that TV interview. The stunning or disheartening thing is people are going to hear, people are going to see whatever they want to see, no matter what happened in that interview. But what was your take?
People are seeing the truth of what actually happened in that interview concerning Kamala Harris's constant contradictions, her flip-flopping, her refusal to give actual direct answers, and her constant filibustering because she consistently and constantly wants to revert back to talking points that Bret Baier wouldn't allow her to do because he wanted a direct answer, not an answer going back to how you grew up in the middle class and your mom bought a house because she saved up money. That's not what anybody wants to hear, right? So once again, we saw what we actually saw, which is Kamala fail, which is what she always does, especially in an environment where it's not scripted. But we all know from the 60 Minutes interview as well, even if it is scripted and highly edited, she will still fail, which says a lot about Kamala Harris and what a Kamala Harris presidency would look like if indeed she does win. Now, one of the reasons that this interview was a failure and that she did fail is apparently because of racism, white supremacy. It's because of sexism. It's because of male chauvinism, if you let Sunny Hostin tell it. And of course, they had Sunny Hostin on MSDNC. I want to take a moment for you to look at this video clip so we can watch MSNBC and Sunny Hostin cope over the fact that Kamala Harris performed so poorly. Let's get into this clip right now.
Think that he approached her differently than other people he interviews.
Let me rewind that back just a little bit.
Do you think that he approached her differently than other people he interviews?
You know, I saw a little bit of the panel after the interview, and one woman said that she came in hot and also said that she became angrier. I thought he came in hot. And what I am very tired of is this trope of the angry Black woman. She was.
Stop it. Stop it right there, please. You can't put the trope of the angry Black woman on an Indian biracial woman. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. It is a factual statement that Kamala Harris is an Indian biracial woman. So how you put angry Black woman trope on her is beyond me. I don't know how you do that, but you know, apparently that's what's happening. That's what happened.
This trope of the angry Black woman. She was not angry. She was in command of the facts. She was passionate. Passion does not equal anger. You know, I'm often called, you know, Donald Trump actually called me dumb at a rally recently.
I mean, anyways, just let it play.
You have these tropes that are used against women and women of color in particular. And
so only women and women of color get called dumb. People call me dumb in the comment section all the time, you know, but maybe it's because I'm Black, but at least I'm actually Black and I'm not an Indian biracial man who's pretending to be Black. But carry on, Sonny.
I did not see a dumb woman. I did not see an angry woman. I saw a woman who understands what is at stake.
I saw a woman who was stumbling and fumbling over policies that she should know like the back of her hand by now, but she clearly doesn't. And it leads me to believe that, once again, as I've stated 1,000,001 times, there's one of two things going on in terms of her consistent poor performances. I've shared with you guys on a handful of occasions, you know, my tinfoil hat theory on how this is a throwaway campaign. But either they are coaching her into giving these almost troll-like answers that she consistently does. Either they're coaching her into doing that because this is a throwaway campaign, in my opinion, or she has yes men and women surrounding her, in which they're not telling her how horrible she's doing. They're simply telling her, hey, you're doing great, just keep it going. No, you're doing just fine. And it wouldn't surprise me that she has yes men surrounding her Because as we've covered multiple times on this channel, is that Kamala Harris is notorious for having a revolving door of staffers that go in and out from working for her because she is a horrible person to work for. She's a douche, to say the very least. And we've covered this on a multitude of occasions throughout the 3.5 years that she's been in office. But once again, like I stated, it's one of those two things. Either they're telling her, hey, man, just say this and say that because, we're running this, stress test on the population to see if that we can actually get you and convince the people to vote for you, even though you sound like a complete fool. We want to see if this test works because we don't expect you to really win anyways. So in the event that you do, oh my God, we have the people wrapped around our finger. Either that's going on or she's just genuinely bombing because she's just really bad at what she does. And her yes men are telling her, hey, don't worry about it. You're doing great. But what I want to do now is transition over to Mika Brzezinski because I want to continue to speak on this issue here where everyone is giving Brett Baier a hard time. One of the things that I keep hearing over and over again is Brett Baier sold out. The mainstream media, the DNC press on the left, every time they speak on him, from what I've heard today, they'll give Brett Baier his props and they'll say that he's a stand-up journalist. They say it, they all say it. They say that he was a stand-up journalist who essentially sold out to the Trump campaign in order to help him out in this interview because he constantly interrupted her. Now, it wasn't true. Like I stated earlier, he was preventing her from filibustering because when he would ask her a question, I'm just looking for a direct answer, and I can see that you're getting ready to go into your script, and we don't have time for that. We only have about 25 minutes. I can't just let you ramble on and on about nothing. I want you to listen to how they kind of introduce the topic, and then I'm going to show you what's real versus the falsehoods that they're pushing forward on Brett. So let's get into Mika right now.
Was set right from the outset with a series of questions about immigration where the Vice President of the United States wasn't really given the opportunity to respond. Here's how that played out. And that was the opening exchange, Mika. It went on like that for nearly 30 minutes. It goes without saying that Donald Trump would not be given the same treatments, talked over, not allowed to finish those questions. It doesn't mean the topics weren't fair. There was a lot in there that viewers wanted to hear from Kamala Harris. Why do you have different positions now than you did in 2019? How are you going to fix the immigration crisis? All fair questions, but Donald Trump obviously would never be treated that way on Fox News.
Now, either you don't watch Fox News, which is fine if you don't, but either you don't watch Fox News or you're being intentionally and deliberately deceitful. You're intentionally and deliberately just making stuff up as it pertains to Fox and Brett Baier, because he did interview Donald Trump. He's done that already. And what I want to show you all in closing, it's about a 2-minute montage, you can say, right? Of all of the times that Brett interrupted Donald Trump. Him and Trump went back and forth like crazy during their interview. And I want to play that for you right now in closing. Let's check this out.
2020. You know that and if you look at all,
rewind it back just a little bit.
I won in 2020. You know that and if you look at all of the tapes, if you look at everything that you want to look at, this was a very rigged.
Are you going to go? This is how you're going to tell that independent suburban woman voter?
No, we're off to winning an election, and I think we're winning very well. All corrupt stuff, Brett.
Understand about the Hunter Biden?
No, but
all
that's cheating
fair
on the
things.
election. But that's cheating on the election.
You lost the 2020 election.
Brett, intelligence agents.
There were recounts in all of the swing states. There was not significant widespread
We're trying to get recounts, real recounts, not just numbers of votes.
Widespread
cast.
corruption. There was not a sense of that.
Money gets offered to people, and some people change.
But I will people on that list that are not taking money that decide that
well,
they're not
for the most part, they are. Please, could we have it back?
And they
please,
asked for that.
because they have no. We
They
were
did
talking.
ask for it.
No, and
they said,
I gave
"Can you
them
give the
some,
documents back?"
And we were talking.
And then they said they went to DOJ to subpoena you to get them
Which
back.
they've never done before.
Right.
And in
But
all
why not
fairness,
just hand them over then?
Because I fired him, and he has great hatred, and that's okay, because some people do,
He
and
says
some
he
people
resigned.
love me very much. He didn't resign. I asked him, give me a letter immediately. There were many things. I would say much more, not that I know of. Nixon had it. Carter had
Their
it. The
argument
Bushes
is that
had
these
it.
are super sensitive national security documents. All right, so here's
I'm sure you'll
this
see
is-
real super sensitive that Biden has, because
This is-
Biden has far more than anybody's ever kept.
And he turned them over when asked.
No, he
but-
didn't.
but
He
that's
still
what he
hasn't given
says.
the $1,850. They had lots of paper.
You know, I can keep going right now for another minute of this. Brett Baier was on Donald Trump's bumper, essentially saying the unspeakables as it pertains to people who are on the right and how they're not fair and balanced and how you would expect them to just be on Trump's side with everything. Brett Baier was on Donald Trump's behind and wasn't letting him essentially get away with anything, even as it pertains to the election, as it pertains to the sensitive documents case. He was on him the entire time. As Deneen Grant said, he's an equal opportunity interviewer. The same energy that he gave Trump is the same energy that he gave Kamala. And I will even go as far as to say that he was even more aggressive towards Trump, which is to be expected. Or I should say, I wouldn't say this to be expected, but which isn't surprising to me, given the fact that, you know, Trump is a man and, you know, you typically you're not, you don't have as much of an issue, right? Being more forceful and somewhat aggressive in conversation with a man as you would with a woman, where you'd want to kind of, you know, check yourself, check your emotions, and make sure you don't come off as too aggressive, because you know how that plays out for you, especially if you're in the media. So you're seeing this video evidence here. And like I said, I can continue to play this for about another, I don't know, maybe minute and a half, but that'll be redundant at this point. You get the point. They're lying on this man, saying that he sold out to Donald Trump and that he sold out to apparently, excuse me, the MAGA agenda, which just simply isn't true. What happened last night was that you saw Kamala Harris be her normal self, in which she fumbles and stumbles and bumbles all over the place. She had a fair and balanced interview that was unscripted, and she failed. That's all there is to it. She had a fair and balanced interview that wasn't scripted, and she failed. But as I stated before, that's something that she does rather regularly. She does that rather regularly, is failed. She ran a failed presidential campaign in 2019. Throughout the time that she was vice president, there was a multitude of interviews, audio clips, quotes of staffers, members of the DNC like Elizabeth Warren and Nancy Pelosi, who you couldn't get them to speak a kind word about Kamala Harris. I believe it was the NBC poll that came out in which she was ranked with the lowest disapproval rating that a vice president has ever received in the history of polling. This is a woman who was thoroughly disliked. And once again, what you're seeing is just a manifestation of who she is. A failure. That's just the reality of it. It's just the reality of it. With all that being said, that does it for today's show. That does it for today.
That does it for the Frontline Black News Season 4, Episode 30, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Thank you for staying up super late with us. Back later on after City Council for Part 3 or Part 3 of the Frontline Black News. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Journal on YouTube and Facebook. And of course, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. And join us this Tuesday for the Rumble in the Jungle, where we'll be discussing Ale Boomaye in this fight between George Fraser and Kinshasa Zaire. Please call in with your comments, questions, and concerns. The call-in number is 516-418-5996. Plus one, you'll be live on the air. Peace, love, light, reparation, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Quimmer, Justice Paris House District 8 candidate on the ballot, along with the Honorable Dr. Cornel West. You're welcome, Colorado. Signing up from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. And Lady Chair says we out. Peace.